Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, December the 17th, December the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me, see my screen. Okay, I'm always a little worried. Microsoft had an update last night, so I hope nothing's going on with the screen and my audio for most. So before I talk about these stocks that are up at the top here and the bottom here, just out of note, Target TGT is Goldman Sachs' number one retailer for the year or as an investment possibility for next year. TGT, just thought I'd throw that out for you. Thank you, Les. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that are at the top here. So STTK, to the company announced initial top line dose expansion data, etc. So it's 1A/B. So there's the STTK, not a crazy low float either, 36 million in the float. It's not one of those really, really low ones. This did hit in the pre-market about 729. So this has got some room, guys. Now, CCCC. We were wondering whether or not this actually hit. We have here that it hit. I know it says 346, 349. I have here 346 as a high in the pre-market, and on another chart, trading view chart, I have the same high of 346 in the pre-market. It's really ripped after hours yesterday too, and that's the CCCC. So continuation from yesterday over the 200-day moving average now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is a SPAC. They claim that they're going to be turning into a Zoomcar. I think it's called Zoomcar or Zipcar, Zoomcar, ZCAR, sometime before the end of this year. Okay, so this is a SPAC, and they had announced a merger with them quite a while ago, and they claim that it'll be done sometime before the end of this year. SPRC announces positive results with MitoCareX Bio. Another one they got way up here, 879, big pullback. Yeah, Lizzie, Lizi, not much volume, and you're right, they're announcing a $3 million share repurchase program. QSG, this is a little earnings play. Yeah, very few earnings plays. QSG is an earnings play. I got up to $3 pre-market, back down to 240 now. This is an earnings play out of China. JG is also another little China play, not a low float. And this is up because a 7% subsidiary to provide, okay, email services to Rain Classroom. What do these guys do? Oh, I see. Okay. For yesterday's high flyer from yesterday, ADTX, gapping down. I just checked. This is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. Not too many. 6,000 shares available. The low of yesterday was 347. That's ADTX. Another earnings play. Again, not too many. This could be interesting. Well, here's another one. Okay, here's this one. This is not the one I was thinking of, but this is another earnings play. PLAB, PLAB. This is doing quite well, actually, up 8%. Not a lot of volume yet, but you can kind of see if you look at the weekly chart, there is a little bit of room. PLAB. And the one I was talking about or thinking about was Rev G. Where are you? So yeah, Rev G is another earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. But Rev G is an earnings play. Nice break on the weekly. MYNA, MYNA. Talk out of, I think it's Germany. Receives a $33 million order from Northrop Grumman. Okay, $33 million order. And that is that's the MYNA. TLSI, another one that popped way up in the pre-market, 751, big $2 pullback. And that is TLSI. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. Pfizer, though, just as I was opening the room, PFE, Pfizer. So they're basically guiding poorly. They don't actually release until the 30th. But of course, COVID sales, et cetera, have somewhat dried up. So take a look at Moderna, mRNA, not quite as dramatic as Pfizer, mRNA, but look at Moderna. Moderna's down 4%. Actually, it is. This took a little bit longer. Pfizer was one giant red candle. So Moderna's down 4%. Pfizer is down. PFE is down 7%. I don't think this had very much volume. LFMD. Actually, the volume's not bad. Another one. I mean, this spiked all the way up to $11. It's pulled right back down to 9. Announced a strategic alliance with Medifast. And as part of the agreement, Medifast invested $20 million into LifeMed. And that is the deal with LFMD. So we've got quite a few actually, that are up over 10% and only a handful that are down 10%, just some cheap ones down over 10%. Market, we're in for a nice open. Of course, today is the day. We have FOMC at 2, and we do have the pressure at 2:30. So nobody's expecting interest rates to run, of course, but I think the presser will be the big one at 2:30. They'll grill him on what he thinks is going to happen next year. Will they or won't they? Do they think they're going to be able to reduce rates next year? That'll be the question. Yeah, thank you for pointing out Uber, Kiri. I'm amazed that Uber is almost an all-time high. I'm absolutely amazed. What a run it's been on. $41, $62. That is basically 2 months. So a 50% run in 2 months. All right, 9:09. So let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. If there's anything interesting. Well, William, you know they're going to ask it. They're going to ask that question. I think I read somewhere that Goldman expects interest rate reduction in the fourth quarter, but I think I saw Citi expects it in the second quarter. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. Interesting, CCC. Wow. So CCCC has got an upgrade from Stifel. This might have been yesterday too. I don't know, but they've upgraded their. They had an original price target of 2, and now they've got a price target of 12, and that is for CCCC. There's a few more upgrades to go. Actually, what I'm looking at is I'm trying to see if there are any stock with multiple upgrades. Don't see any. And now the other thing, I just want to take a look at some of these to see if there's any kind of like the CCC, stock that's sitting around $3 with an upgrade price target to 12. Take a look at Ally, ALLY. Morgan Stanley has an upgrade for Ally. Let's see what the stock is right now. All right, it's basically there. They had a previous upgrade to 23. Now they've got it to 31. So it's basically there. Yeah, we have a slightly bigger list of downgrades. Okay, what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do a quick look to see if there's anything that has been multiply downgraded. I don't see anything. I'm just looking at my list here. Don't see anything. Hertz has been downgraded by Oppenheimer. Take a look at this one, MODN, MODN, MODN. So that's a downgrade. Ah, it's already past the downgrade price, 25. Okay. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. So really, the only notable one I saw was the Ally. I'm sorry, not Ally. The CCC, sorry, the CCCC, four C's. Just because the upgrade price, the price target is so out of whack with what it is currently at. did have a reverse split yesterday, and I did see they tried to put out some news today. That was the AUVI. I think AUVI had a reverse split of 1 for 25 yesterday. And they tried to, well, they didn't try. They put out a little bit of news today. AUVI and Silver Cross Hospital illuminate the future of healthcare. So they tried to pump that up a little bit here, but the market's not really buying it. It got up to $3, back down to 220. So that float, actually, it's interesting. That float, don't ask me why 264. That probably has not been adjusted. It was a 25%. It was a 25, 1 for 25 reverse split. That float looks like it's been adjusted. And imagine that's 441,000 divided by 25 now. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. Again, we're in for a positive open. We click on new from our toolbar, click on new docked channel bar, scroll down till I see the show more, scroll down a little bit further till I see sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So that 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So there must have been a little spike in energy prices overnight, oil prices, I guess. Um, yeah, so we're in for a positive open. So, all the major sectors are at least 50%. So we had a positive day yesterday on everything. So let's see what XLE did. We're still, I think there are only three major sectors. If we include utilities that are below the 200-day, XLE is still below the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line on my daily chart. Consumer staples, XLP, still below the 200-day, still below that 200-day moving average. And so is XLU, sorry, utilities. Getting closer though, definitely getting closer to that 200-day. So there are only three of the major sectors that are below. And of course, look at the SPY itself, way, 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 way above. Getting close to that all-time high territory. Here's the all-time high is over here. This is back in March of 2022. That is the all-time high for the SPY. At the peak of the pandemic, here's our pandemic drop. Sorry, not the peak of the pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic. Actually, I am wrong. What am I? I'm totally wrong. There we go. There was the pandemic start, the drop, and then the huge, insane recovery. You guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're now back. So that happened right at 4:01. I see what you're seeing here, William. Yeah, announced positive data. So they announced that right at the market close, and you can see took a while though. I mean, this was a bit of a sell-off before the market, as the market was closing. There's the and so they announced that news. This is a quadruple C4, C4. Okay, they announced that news. It popped up on that news 248, but then it pulled right back down. So, I mean, really, really, who knew it was going to do this? Because that news came out at 4:01. So the original reaction wasn't that great. I think the big deal is this Stifel putting a $12 price target on them. But it is through the 200-day moving average. That is one thing. 287 is the 200-day moving average. The VWAP is at 291. So it is through those two. Yeah, this is a real cheap one, guys. Wow, BLBX down 35% now. Announced it executed a definitive agreement to acquire some company, and market's punishing them for that. Now, initial reaction was to pop it up to 5, and then the next reaction was to cut it in half. So that is BLBX. This is interesting. HYW, a lot of shares available to short. This is a China stock, all-time low now, HYW. I don't see any specific reason for it, but this is an all-time low. 1.13 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Sorry, yeah, it's China stock. Yeah, I don't think I've really seen this one before. We had actually quite a few alerts yesterday from it. I think we had about 7 or 8. Day before we had 4. It does not give you very many alerts, but the alerts we had yesterday were certainly stellar. How's that go-to doing? This is one I was waiting on yesterday for a 350 break that never really happened. Yeah, okay. Well, it did break. This is what I wanted to see yesterday, that 350 break. So it has some room, a little bit of room. Go to GOTU has a little bit of room, 420 or so. 413 is the next high looking left on the, well, that's the monthly. Let me get back to a weekly chart. See right there. I mean, there's a high of 367. Then there's a high of 378. And here's that 420 area up here. A lot of volume today. 17 million shares for that. It's right at the top of the list here, up 116%. My concern is this initial pop and then the huge drop. But 731 was the high. And again, the company announced this is phase 1A/B clinical trial. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Actually, it's not a bad spread, as in 1 cent. Not a low float, 36 million in the float. Not high, of course, but it's certainly not one of the low floaters. The market's starting to drift down now, guys. So I guess we had some, what the PPI came out at 8:30. So that popped the market a little bit. And now the market is starting to drop a bit. So we may not be in for a positive open, depending what happens in this scandal. Wasn't it the PPI today? CPI was yesterday, I think, right? Or am I wrong? Wasn't it the producer price index today at 8:30? Yesterday was the CPI. Yeah, today, well, okay. What my email said was the PPI today, CPI was yesterday. One of the PIs, Mr. Mellow Trades. Good morning. In the YouTube room. Yes, less than a minute, guys. Less than half a minute for the market to open. So have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception on the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout. I'm, I'm just going to have to call it. Okay, you guys have been in the room long enough. I'm just calling it the combo scanner. Okay, it's too long. The AOA and DDBP, the combo scanner, and we are up and running now. There's CCCC, 4Cs making a market high. There's the STTK. QSG is an earnings play. QSG is a little earnings play. QSG is a little earnings play. GCT weakened yesterday after making a high. Sold off. GCT is trying to make lows here. Again, it is early. STTK. Well, there is an early one actually from the option scanner. Don't usually get them this early, but there is one. 4Cs. The next high looking left on a daily chart is getting close. 343 is the next high. That's that red line right across. And it's on the move, guys. Yeah. So it took out that. It's on the move now. Hmm. Now it did show up in the combo. I just find it just a little too early for me to take it. And maybe a little too extended. Famous last words. Next high looking left is looks like this high right over here. 369 is the next high looking left. Bro, look at go to. Blasted. Why didn't it do this yesterday? GOTU. That's what I was waiting for yesterday. It seemed like forever. All right, well, guys, the SCTK showed up also. The SCTK showed up on that on my scan, the combo scan. And the longer it holds 5. Okay, so it dropped down below 5. So what I'm going to do now is put an alert just a little over 5 now for this STTK. Now, Pepe, you said you put a 10-minute delay, right, on taking these. So you would not have been taking STTK or quadruple 4Cs. Well, this might be a rule breaker for me if it holds 5 and gets up to say 510. It's start getting that bid up there. It's not 36 million in the float. Oh, guys, STTK. This is getting really interesting to me. Look at the volume coming in, 23 million. This is easily going to trade the float today. It's trading more like a 1 million float stock right now. The longer this holds 5 for me anyway, I'm looking for it to get maybe into the mid-teens. Take it. Talking about the STTK. There was the high, 514, that was the high. That can't have been the high. 542, really? Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. I got to 542 and pulled right back down. Okay. All right. Well, it's hanging around. Let me re-edit that price again. Okay, there's the go-to, guys. Go-to now. Probably getting too close to that four level. Look at that pullback for CCCC. Come on, SCTK. Get into the 515s or so. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm just really trying to concentrate on this STTK. See if it gets into the, excuse me, excuse me, about the 515s or so. All right. Well, okay. I don't have to keep watching it. It looks like it's going to take its time if it's going to do it ever. I'm not saying it's ever going to happen, but I have an alert set up here in that area. Okay. Okay. On to other things. Let's see if there's anything else. Roblox, RBLX 4370. Let's see what happened here. So that's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is 4636 or so. Well, wow, now look at CCCCCCCCCC. Oh man. Boy, it pulled all the way back down to 318 and then it just soared. All right, guys. Well, this gives me some hope now for the SDTK and what I'm talking about. So there we had, this is the combo scan, 359 for CCC. and then it pulled back, popped up to 375. I'm waiting on this one, the STTK at 489. Big, big, big relative volume. This does not trade very much. 26 million shares. This does not trade very much. Now the difference is actually there's not a difference. All right, so CCCC has 41 million in the float. I thought it might have been a lot lower than that. That's a big, big move with that sort of a float. So they're very similar. STTK and 4Cs, very, very similar, okay, in terms of float. No, this is I don't think triple quadruple C is short for me or shortable for me. No. Next high looking left on the daily chart looks like it's around 382, so it could be coming into some resistance around there. Yeah, there's Pfizer. Pfizer now making it into my 10-day daily breakdown. Look at this, guys. This is all-time low. All-time low now for Pfizer PFE. Yeah, Pfizer all-time low now. Big, big, big float. That's a big move for that float. There's X. Yeah, there's X. I see X. So we're back in play again. Potential buyers. Yeah, look at that big spike up. BMO raises. Okay, well, Bank of Montreal raises target to 40 from 35. All right, guys, I am short Pfizer. It's back up to that whole number. I'm out. And this showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And of course, the big deal is that's an all-time low. I can't believe that's an all-time low for it. Okay, guys. So really, later on in the day, maybe for the STTK, I'm just waiting to see if some volume can come in, get it over 5 again. Maybe move. Okay, earnings play. PLAB. PLAB. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. I sort of lost sight of this one. This is an earnings play. Very few earnings plays, of course. PLAB coming into maybe some resistance on that weekly chart at 26.25. So about 70 cents away. Tank. Yeah, okay, I'm waiting on this Pfizer. It's to closer to 26. I'll take myself out of it. This one from yesterday, guys. This was the first one that showed. Well, actually, it wasn't the first one. This was a really good one, though. The BLBD from yesterday. That was in the combo scanner. Before it pulled back, man, I didn't realize it pulled back so much, but this was an earnings play, I believe, yesterday. Yeah, this is an earnings play from yesterday, and that is the BLBD. Okay, I'm going to put an alert at 481 for STTK. Why? Because that's where the alert happened in the combo scanner. Okay, so I'm going to put an alert there, see if it gets back up there. Okay, Pfizer is basically where I shorted it now. So let's see if it can move down from there. PFE. Desperado, DESP. That's a big gap up on the daily chart. Yeah, big gap up. Not a lot of volume. Argentinian stock. Haven't really looked at Argentina since the swearing in on Sunday of the new president. Not V. We haven't no TV, no TV. We haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see the super active one many, many weeks ago. NOTV. All right, I'm not liking this visor now. It's gonna give it one more penny. All right, what's this market doing? So we had that big pop in the pre-market, 9:15 candle. Now we're really just kind of hanging around. QSG, guys, is an earnings play, real cheap one. QSG is an earnings play, seeing it up here. Okay, guys, I'm out of the Pfizer. Okay, I'll look at it later. Maybe if it gets back down to the let's see, 25.90 or actually 25.80-ish. I'll look at it later. I took a loss on the Pfizer. Okay, QSG. Yeah, wow, ugly, ugly looking. Better looking weekly chart than a daily chart. Look at the daily chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. A little bit better looking on a weekly chart. Maybe if it can get somehow, maybe not today, but maybe at some point this week over 3, you can see it's got a lot of room then. Right now, it's just sort of chopping around. So let's take a look at the two that have come in the combo so far. So the CCCC, both been quite choppy, but 359. It did eventually get up to 386. Now this one, I mean, I don't know how easy would have been to get it at 481. It did spike up to 543 and then came right back down. So, not easy. And I don't like taking stocks in the first 15 anyway. So see if I hope we get some other ones that are a little less volatile. CLRB again, probably just coming into too much resistance around the 3 level. Well, I mentioned this HYW in the pre-market. I was surprised to see there were shorts available. And what a tank now. Mentioned this one around 5. There were shorts available, a lot of shorts, 1 million shares. Not that I want to do it now. Hardly any volume. Bad spread, 305. Well, better. 305, 315. All-time low. All right, MYNA, right hanging around the 200-day moving average. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. Meanwhile, wow, C4 eyeing this PLAB with great intent. Okay. It just showed up on the combo. Now there's a little high up here. I don't know if that's going to affect it that much. The next high on the weekly chart is 2622, and then maybe it is one of the few earnings plays. Okay, I've taken some of this right now. I may add, I don't normally do this, but some of the PLAB. All right, guys, PLAB, PLAB. And boy, if this can take this 25 out, this is an earnings play. I know it's way above a channel, I'm sure real, but oh, come on, get that bid catching up to that ask. 28, 25.88, 25.95, 25.96. And of course, it's showing up. Well, of course, it's showing up here. Now, the next high, again is 26.25. So look at this. All right, guys. Well, listen, you can understand why I'm so excited about the combo. Not that I took this one, okay? I did not take it. It was too early for me. What I should have done, even though I said I might take some if it was early, what I should have done is reset the alert at 3:59 because we got the alert at 3:59 and it pulled quite a bit back. I should have just reset the darn thing and then been in it. I've taken some off the PLAB only because 26.22 is a little bit close. So got over 26. I got up to 26.24, and you can see that next high is right there, 26.25. Okay, so that's the maybe the little concerning area. So again, guys, what time is it now? 10:03. I'm going to go over all this. I mean, these are the three alerts so far. The STTK, I mean, you can say it worked, but very, very quickly. Okay, it spiked up from 481 up to what 540 something, and then came right back down. But look at these two, PLAB and quadruple C. Okay, guys, again, you can see exactly where it is stalling, okay? The PLAB, exactly where it's stalling, right at that high. It got up to 26.25, sorry, got up to 26.24, hit that high, and it's stalling right now. That's why I took took well, quite a bit off, to be honest. You know, the market's also not in our favor. So now it's just a matter of waiting for the next one, if there is going to be one. Well, those of you with shorts for STTK are laughing. Just give me one moment. Look at the drop of GoTo now, GOTU. Well, I guess there's just one to focus on now, guys. Now that's coming in the next high. Can't see it on the daily chart, but that is the next high looking left for four Cs, 439. That is the next high approximately. So that looks like so no more PLAB for me, guys. I mean that now the only way I'll take it again is if it gets back up to that 2622 level up here and can maybe take that up. You can see exactly where it stopped. That's why you always hear me say, look left, look left, look left, look left. Check to see where that next high is. Okay. If you can't see it on the daily chart, then check your weekly chart. I'm not saying that's going to happen every single time, but right to the almost right to the penny. That's where it stalled. That doesn't mean it's not going to go past that later on in the day, but almost right to the penny. I guess our chart goes back 10 years, Peter. I guess that was the reason for the PFE being all-time low. I was looking at our position in lifetime low. Okay, guys, Acadia. Now let's take a look at Acadia. Ah, what a run though already, you see? Now it's coming right into that 2555. Looks like that's the next high looking left. 2557. A little bit too close. Of course, it may just oh man, I didn't take it. I did not take it. Wow, I did not take it. Next high looking left is 2631. Well, Pepe, were you well in this if you're still doing this in the simulator, maybe you got it, the ACAD? Or are you trading these live on the long side now? Man, man, I don't know how it probably it wouldn't have been easy to get it at 24.95. That's almost a $2 move. Is this not halted? Looks like it's just resting here now. $38 a share. Didn't see this. I don't think I saw this. This is a $38 a share price target by Citigroup. That's not what lifted it. Well, it's possible. Okay, but that was in the pre-market. There was no reaction to it at all. I I got a little, worried about that 25.57. We had the alert at 24.95, and immediately it was around the 25.25 mark. I looked at this, I thought, "Well, maybe it'll stall at 25.50," so that's why I didn't take it, really, but it just didn't matter at all. Didn't matter at all. Now, I'm not giving up on the, PLAB. I still have an alert, 25 or 26:20-ish or so, maybe later on in the day. You know what, guys? I'm gonna go over this right now. I normally wait a bit, but I'm gonna go over this right now. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And I'm going to go over the secret scan, okay? Secret only in that you cannot see it on my screen. I am sharing it though. But first, you'll have to put up with me just for a couple of moments as I go over the general information that you're going to find on my homepage. If this keeps up, guys, I won't have to do any pre-market work at all. Why? All right, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want an annual subscription, I can get you a better promo for 25% off. Just let me know. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started, okay? It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so I mean, it is very basic and it gets more not complicated, but more advanced as we go on. Ooh, EBM. Probably going to miss this one. Now, all I ask is this is a free room. In order to keep this room free, all you have to do is take out a subscription using my promo code when or if you're going to do it. That's all I ask, okay? And that'll really help to keep this room free. This is one huge wow, guys, on the Sacadia. All right, stock of the day video. Which one am I going to do? I don't know. Trade of the week is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it. It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, man, look at this move, guys. 24.95 up to almost a $4 move. Before I keep going, I just have to find the ABM. I know ABM is another earnings play. ABM is an earnings play. Oh man, position and lifetime range. I mean, this has got a shot too. So again, the trigger was at or the alert was at 5107, so it's still there. Let me check on the monthly chart. Man, it's got room. There's the next high on the daily chart, guys. This has got a little bit of room. 53.35 or so is the next high on the daily chart. That's that red line. You cannot see it on the daily, of course, because I'd have to zoom it out. So this has still got some room. Okay, education. My education section is here. Here's our user guide. Great user guide. Here's the getting started again. You want to know more detail, what an alert window is, top list window is, the stop and price alerts. Use them all the time. Now, again, don't get overwhelmed if you're new and you're looking at this. You don't have to learn everything there is. Of course, it's like any other software program. Big user guide. You don't have to learn everything about it. Getting started right here again. Daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Okay. And last, but probably not least, here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link, here are my scans that I'm sharing, and this is the one that we're focusing on, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout combo. So you see I've got the abnormal option activity, and then I've got the breakouts, okay? So what we did, well, what Pepe did is he combined the two of them, and I'll explain that a little bit later. But those are the scans that I'm currently sharing, and I'm 100% concentrating on that scan. Look at the look at PLAB. It's back up, guys. Back up. And even the CCC, there it is. It's back up. It's over that 26.22 now. Real focus right now is on the ABM. Now, again, I use this like a watch list all day long. Okay. I'm not going to get too many alerts. If you're looking for something with a lot of different alerts, you're not going to get a lot in that scan, but you can use it like a watch list all day long. There was one yesterday, the what was it, BN something or other? Somebody help me on that one. I did my video on it yesterday. All right, guys, let's get this ABM over 50 again. Oh, sorry, the ABM over 50 again in terms of the bid. It is Jamie, so he must be listening to me. Hope you have my scan, Jamie. Thank you, Pepe. BLB. So why I want to draw your attention to BL BLBD from yesterday. Did my video on it yesterday. And let me bring a big chart up. And this is why, you can use these scans, use it like a watch list, okay? They may set up differently depending on the time of day. So look what happened with the B. I'm not saying they're all going to be like this, okay? How ugly is that? BLBD. So we had an alert in that in this scan, the combo scan, we had it right there. This is the BLBD, and I can't remember what the exact alert was. I think it was around, I don't know, 2023 something or other. Anyway, before it pulled back at all, it moved. Well, let's call it 24. Before it pulled back at all, it got up to 26. Okay, and then look what happened. It pulled back. Actually, I think the alert was more around the 24.50 mark. So it pulled back to 24.30. So if you'd put an alert, another a price alert at the original alert for this one, which was I think around 24.50, you could have taken it if you missed it the first time, you could have taken it again, or maybe for the first time. And that actually had a bigger run the second time, before it pulled back at all. I mean, this went from about 24.50 all the way up to 20, almost 27. So all I'm saying is that, use it like a watch list. It might set up, maybe your style is more of a pullback. You don't want to chase. I don't feel like chasing. I don't really feel like I'm chasing things. I'm not taking something that's up, 10, 15-minute candles in a row or anything like that. But your style may be something that pulls back, maybe to a moving. In fact, I think that was the VWAP area yesterday, pull back to the VWAP area. So just use it like a watch list. ZNTL from Jamie. Let's take a look at ZNTL. Hmm. Not showing up for me. I know why. The relative volume is pretty low, but so Jamie, who's going to be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he just said this one might be worth watching. I can see why. Look at the gap it's got. Next high is 1824. Volume is a little light. It is not trading anything abnormally, but very interesting. Yes, thank you, Jamie, pointing that one out. Hey guys, I'm just waiting on this ABM really. Why it's just hanging around the 50 mark, 51 mark, sorry. All right, I'm just going to reset my alerts. 5105. It's probably at a high of a channel or something, right, Real? For ABM. Probably looks more like a short right now. Meanwhile, I just heard a little. I gotta get this up to the top here. There's the HRYU. HRYU. Well, the high yesterday was about 110. You can see a couple of highs at 106, 108 right there. I'll stick an alert at the high of yesterday and just see if this can take it out. HRYU. Because if it can, the next high is in the 150 level. So I'll just wait and see if that happens. This one had that injection, I think, of 30, $20 million. $20 million. Just one moment, please. So here's another earnings play, guys. I haven't really seen this in my scan other than I knew it was an earnings play, RAVG. Now, this is interesting. Hmm. Interesting in that I'm wondering why it's not. Maybe the volume is just a little too light. It's to show up in the abnormal option activity because obviously the option activity is 14 times normal. So that there's that. The relative volume is 12. So, but I think it's the volume that is low. I think it has to be at least just do a check to see what the volume minimum volume is. 500,000 shares. So that's why this is not showing up. So this is an earnings play though, guys. Rev G, they don't all have to show up in that scan, of course. Because sometimes I may not get another alert all day long in that scan. So, I will look at other stuff, but on the monthly chart, certainly there's doesn't appear to be very much resistance. Back this out until going back to 21. Okay, so we'll go back to June of 2021. That is the next high. That's on a monthly chart for Rev G. Okay, guys. All right, guys. ABM is looking interesting to me again. It just got over 51 again. It came right back up to the 5107 was the trigger at the had the pullback, and then it popped right back over a little bit of a pullback. There we go. Okay, guys. Eyes on ABM. Eyes on ABM. It has $3. I think we saw it had about $3 to the next high. I think that next high is actually around the same as this, that monthly high. Yeah, it's still kind of toying around with that 51 mark. Okay, reset my alert. I do not want to miss this one. 36 times normal volume, 31 times option volume for ABM. INSEE from yesterday was a big one, guys. INCY from yesterday was a big one. Remember, yeah, look at this. Look, in fact, 3 days. This is the third day through the 200-day moving average now for INSEE, INCY. Doesn't, yeah, could show up. The relative volume is just a little bit light for it to show up on the combo. So let me explain a few things here, guys. So first of all, if you're new to Trade Ideas, we are a scanner, okay? Many screening programs that you can buy that are out there, but we are a real-time alert machine. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So in this particular scanner that I call Momentum a Momo scanner, this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The stocks in the last minute, 1,000% are normal, 5 minutes, 400% are normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one was COEP at 10:37, which is the time right now, made a new high at 112, satisfied all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. So this is what I like to see. But of course, if you want to have a different price range or maybe a different minimum volume, this minimum volume is just to get us started. I mean, most of the time when we see these stocks, well over 100,000 shares, but you can make changes, of course. But this is what I like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. These are all the real-time alerts that we've got. These are the two most popular right at the top here, new high and new low of the day. Well, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all, okay? Don't think that, my goodness, this is too hard of a software program for me to learn. How can I learn them all? You don't have to. You see these icons? These are the filter icons. Okay. And the only reason there's so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their own scans. So that's why they had to have enough different real-time alerts and filters, so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how. I only use a handful of them. Most of them, I have no idea what they do. Okay, it's that simple. Well, I shouldn't say no idea, but they're not of interest to me. So what I'm looking for is, as somebody who is an intraday trader, I'm always looking, all I'm really looking for are stocks that are behaving abnormally. And generally that's all to do with the volume. Okay. And the relative volume is a powerful filter that we've got. So right now, INSEE is trading 4.8 times what it would normally be trading up to this time of day, 10:39, 10:30, 10:30. Sorry, we're right now at 10:40 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. And that's an average, I think, over the last 14 days up to this time of day. That's an approximate, okay, there's more to it than that, but that's an approximate formula for it. So, something trading 4.8 times normal, well, that is abnormal, obviously. Most of my scans have a minimum of 3 times. Most of my scans, okay? Another way, though, and there's a column, you guys are talking about column. Another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally is to look at their option volume. Now, I don't trade options. But for instance, you look at Calm right now. Why is it showing up here? That's because it's traded 12,000 and counting, of course, over 12,000 contracts today. That is 8 times normal. Okay, 8.8 times normal, 884%, 8 times normal. So coupled with, so if a stock is trading abnormal volume plus abnormal option volume, these are stocks that we should be watching, in my opinion. And so the combo scan that you hear me talk about all the time is basically this. So on the daily breakouts, and the way this is color coded is if you see it in light blue, this is a suggestion to go long, and if it's in brown, a suggestion to go short. Okay, so these two scans were running independently: the abnormal option activity and the breakouts. And what I was noticing is that if a stock appeared in both of these scans, so in other words, there's a CCC right here in the breakout, and it's also appearing here in the abnormal option activity. What I was saying is, listen, if a stock appears in both of these scans, it would be a good idea, because I was saying that it was a great idea to follow a stock that was in both of these scans. And I remember thinking, be good. There must be a way to combine them. And so before I could do it, Pepe, he did it. And so he basically combined the two scans so that if a stock is appearing in here or here, you're going to see it here. So now you don't have to go through these. Not that there were that many to take a look at, but you don't have to go through them all and check to see, okay, CCCC in here and in here. There's the PLAB. It's here and in here. So you can see why these are showing up, because these stocks are in both this scan and one of these two scans. Okay. And now I'm just basically devoted to those two, to that scan right now. And I can't wait to see what alerts we're going to get every single day. Now, does it mean every single alert you get from it is a star? Of course not. But the other thing is that you can trade around them too. So, you might get an alert like the CC. I didn't take this one. Reason I didn't take the CCCC right at the beginning, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15. I know I said I might if I get something early from this scan here, but when I first saw CCCC at 359, so there was the alert, and I think, but then it pulled back. I think it pulled back. It pulled back quite a bit lower than that, and then it came back up to 359. I probably should have taken it there, right around that area. But I didn't, so be it. I didn't. And look what it did after that. That's just a tremendous percentage move. So that's what I'm saying. You can trade around it. Uh, the PLAB, you could have taken it a second time when it broke over 25.75. So, Frank, yeah. So what I did is I think I upped the price range maybe. So it's on here. It is on my homepage. Okay. But again, guys, you can take those scans. You can here it is. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link and then scroll down until scroll down until you see the scan section. So this is it here. Now we've got a couple of variations of it also, and it's up to you. Okay. For instance, we've got this one here with a relative volume of 6 instead of 8. Now, how did that column do? You guys were talking about it. So it's still kind of hanging around that 53, 59 level. So, I mean, there's no magic. There's no magic about some of the filters that I chose when I initially created the scan. I picked 8. I didn't want a lot of alerts. So, but if you wanted to, you could take this and you see where I have 8 as a relative volume. So in that scan that I just flashed on you, I reduced that to 6 just to see, maybe 8 is too much. Maybe we can get away with having 6 and maybe introduce a few more stocks, and they may be still pretty good. Okay, it's just trial and error right now. So I may have upped the, I don't know, that's a $51 stock. It's possible that I upped the my minimum price range up to 60 or something. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. But the guys, if you want to see stocks at a higher price range, just up the price range. Okay, that's all you have to do. Go to that configure again, edit it, and I think my price, yeah, 1 to 60. Maybe it was 1 to 50 before. I don't know. But if you want to see stocks higher than that, make it a higher price range. If you don't want to see stocks this low, rarely am I getting anything, around a dollar. Guys, you can ask me questions all day long. This is a support room also. Okay, it's not just a trading room, so it's a support room also. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, I'll let you know. And again, the program is called Trade Ideas. So even though I love these alerts, it doesn't mean I just pile into the trade the second I get it. Okay. I'm always going to be checking to see what's happening. Some of these stocks that are in there could be, following the market a little bit. So, if the market is moving down, red bar after red bar, and it's suggesting I go long, I might have to pause a bit and say, do I really want to take something that's going completely counter to the market? Or I get an alert and I check left and I see that there's a high not that far away from it, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. I probably won't take the trade unless it maybe took out that high. So it's not just that I take the trade blindly. And again, this is not going to give us very many alerts all day long. So, I mean, if you're looking for something that's super active, this will not be the one. But if you're looking for something that is so far has been a pretty darn good producer. For some reason, the alert and top list windows are missing the lines. These lines here, did this just happen today, Todd? There's no option. There's no option for this. I'm wondering if it's just sort of faded or something. Have you done a reset? Just, out of curiosity, do an account reset? I mean, there's no option for these lines, and there's no option to make them, you know, thicker or darker. See if a reset helps. Okay, the smart stop. So the question is, what? No, I don't have this in my single stock window, but if I right click on this 15-minute chart, doesn't matter what chart I pick, but I will do it here. And I go to properties, and right at the very low here, or, okay, let me do it again. I right click on the chart, scroll down to properties, a box is going to pop up. Right at the very bottom of that box, it says show smart risk levels. Okay. So I'm going to check on it. So what that is doing, and these are just a suggestion. So when you click on an alert, I'm going to click on REVG right now. And they're saying, okay, if you took this trade right now at 1892, there is a suggestion of a stop at 1872. That's what it is. Okay. And how that, and it's derived. I think it looks at it's the volatility of the 15-minute candles and the high and the low of the day, and it'll generate automatically a smart stop. You don't have to follow it, of course, but that's what it is. That's what it's generating. Okay. And of course, that number will change. I mean, if I looked at RVEG later on in the day, say it was at 1950, the smart level would have been adjusted upwards. It's always giving you the level of a suggested stop whenever you click on the alert and whatever that current price is. Okay. So it doesn't stay there all day long. So there's the GLYC suggestion. If you took this trade right here at $1.92, that's a suggestion that your stop is 186. Okay. Hmm. I've never, you're the first to ask a question like that. What do you think, Pepe? Any reason why these vertical lines that separate the columns would not be showing up? Because there's no option. Yeah, there's no option. I don't know how to help you. How about if you load a new chart, like a new window, just out of curiosity, like a new alert window, or duplicate it as Pepe is suggesting, just duplicate the window and see if it happens again. Maybe, but if you're saying it's happening with all of them, sometimes a window or like a window like this can get corrupted. No, Roger. It'd be almost people have asked about that, news. Be almost irrelevant, to be honest. I mean, if we had a news alert right down there, virtually every stock will have some news today, okay? Virtually every single stock. So, but so how are you gonna differentiate, the so-called good news from the who cares news when you think about it? Here's some news on this one. Court, you know what I mean? That's why, if you wanted to, you could have the news tab like this. You could have so when you click on an alert, you can see the news immediately. That is old. Yeah, but you know what? By the time you read the news, normally what's happening is that if a stock is like, look at this court for as an example. See, Canaccord coverage, 38 price target. Usually Canaccord is not that followed. In Canada, yes, but I don't know about in the States. I have nothing well, we may, Frank, but I have nothing like that. Steve may, I know he's into the SMA on the daily chart. Yeah, I don't have anything like that, Frank. I mean, the earnings you can always depends what you mean by coming up. We have an earnings filter so that if you wanted to see stocks that are having earnings, well, of course, earnings today or after hours, yesterday, that's easy enough to do. But if you want to see, earnings in the future, you could use the earnings filter and put in the max. You could put, 2, 3. That'd be 3 days in the future. But I don't have anything like that. If you want, you can go to support, and maybe one of the other traders has something like that. That to me is more of a swing type scan if one exists. So you can go to support at trade-ideas.com and you can ask that question. Maybe somebody has something like that. Okay. So out of these 4 guys, the only one that really hasn't worked at all is the ABM. Out of these 5, sorry, is the ABM. I mean, yeah, it popped a little bit above, but I mean, I wouldn't call that a big winner. So that's really the only one that hasn't worked at all. The STTK, you would have had to been quick. I mean, again, from 481, and it did pop up to 542, but it pulled back pretty quickly. But certainly the 4Cs, the PLAB, and the Acadia, man, I was actually looking to short ABM and I just kind of lost sight of it. I was now this 4Cs hanging in there, it's just hanging in over 4. High was 437. Back this out on a monthly chart just to take a look to see where. So on the monthly chart, 536 is the next high, I believe. Maybe got a little bit. What did it get up to today? I got up to 436. So it did take out that high, which is 420. And there's a high right there of 460. So, I mean, this is one of those that could be one of those late days we talk about, stocks that have tremendous runs early on in the day and then just kind of rest a bit. And then, in the afternoon, at some point, maybe the volume comes back in and just shoots it higher. We don't know that's going to happen, of course, but so what I'm going to do is put an alert around 414. And it was stifle, I think, to put a $12 price target on them. This was the one in the pre-market where I go over the stocks that have had upgrades and downgrades, and I think this is the one that Stifel put a $12 price target on them. And the VWAP for C's is 366. Look what it got down to. It got down to just about that VWAP area, 371, just about the VWAP. Well, we haven't seen this one, well, for a while. 3 days ago, 4 days ago, this was the crazy one, MLGO. Got up to 1555, but remember we're closed that day from 1555 down to 2. So be really, really careful if you're going to take something like this. Yeah, I mean, this with this quadruple C, if it gets some volume coming back in, the volume is tapered off. Options, look at this, 65 times normal, guys. 65 times normal in terms of option, 76 times normal in terms of volume. I see med over here on my momentum scan down. This is the flip of this one, the Momo up. This is a bounce play, I guess, for you, right, William? So in about 3 hours, guys, we've got the minutes at 2 o'clock Eastern time, but the big deal probably will be at 2:30 when he has a presser. And I'm sure they're going to say, "What do you think's going to happen next year?" I don't know how to help you, Todd. That's really crazy. Shoot, I really wanted a short ABM. Forgot about it. Well, I was looking, of course, to go long because of the scan, but I said, man, this is turning into more of a short opportunity. The VWAP is at 50.29, so it's kind of at the VWAP area. Sure, but they're going to ask the question, William. You know they're going to ask the question. Ooh, look at these bottoming tails now for CCC. See, again, the sellers tried to knock this down a bit. Buyers are still reasonably in control. I think a big level for this to take out the C4 would be right up here, 413. Okay, the highs at the body of those two 15-minute candles. I think if we can take that out, that might get it running. You can see all these. You see these three bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, the price was down to these levels, and then the buyer stepped in and closed it higher every time so far. Well, you can almost guarantee that if he says stuff like that, the market won't like it. They're really hoping he says, you know, and that's why it'll be all is interesting. The 2:30 will probably be more volatile than the 2 o'clock one. We'll put the SPY chart up, of course, the 1 minute SPY chart up. All the money in my wife's company. Yeah, right. See, there you go. I had no idea there was even an option like that. Show grid lines in an alert window. Well, how did it? I don't even think I knew that was there. Now, how did that get unchecked? That's why you're here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But seriously, God, how did that get unchecked? Don't forget to save it and don't forget to save your work at the end. Okay. Even a little even something like that. You know what, guys? This was a really nice short. I took a look at this one. It was a very nice short, though. I didn't take it. Had the alert at 766. It got down to 727. I did not take it. So the market is really kind of blah right now, guys. SPY's up a little, Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little, just kind of blah. Ah, sugar. I'm ticked that I didn't take that ABM short. Starting to really move down now. 4305. It's way down here. The 200 days. That's way down here. Still up for the day, up 12%, but this is just really starting to move down now. But guys, my number one focus right now is on that 4C. Okay. See whether or not it can take out that 413 level with some volume and move from there. Okay, Z Lab's got a little bit of room, guys. It's got room, about $1. It's through the 200-day moving average. I kind of have to keep watching this 4C because remember what happened here. It moved down and then it just surged. It took such a big, big, big pop. So I don't want that to happen on me, but I have my alert set at 414 and see if it can move from there. Now, Todd, are you talking about these rounded edges? Don't tell me that's an option also. You talking about these little rounded edges? I see you have them square. Can't imagine there's an option for rounded edges. But yeah, I don't see anything that says rounded edges. Hmm. Well, maybe Pepe knows, but I certainly don't know how to get the rounded edges. Let's take a look at the STTK to see if it has any chance. I think it's near a VWAP area, I believe. 426, yeah, sort of near a VWAP area. I'm going to stick an alert just over that VWAP and see if it can take that out and start to move later. Okay, guys, I'm going to start looking at some of the things in my race now to see if there's anything kind of interesting. Yeah, it was interesting. INTS, and it just pulled right back down. Okay, guys, certainly any new alerts from me, from my scanners have dried up. So now I'm just kind of concentrating on some of the ones that showed up before and see if there's a way to trade them. All right, didn't see these halts, guys. So CDT. So this could be interesting. CDT. So I know it resumed because it popped up to 729. Interesting because look at the room it's gone. I guess this was an IPO back here or a SPAC that turned into CDT. Ooh, guys, keep an eye on the quadruple C here. Give me a moment. All right, see what happens. Hey guys, so I'll be taking my break in about 40 minutes. Jamie will be coming in. He's already confirmed. The game right here, guys, on the 4C. All right, guys, I'm just waiting to see if this has the pop. If not, I'm out. But if it just waiting on this, I do have to concentrate on it. All right. Well, there's X, guys. Now, this is, of course, a bit emotional, talking about perhaps companies buying them, more suitors coming in. This has been a rumor for a long time now. So X did show up in the scan. I'm not okay. Where's the next high looking left? Looks like it's right up here at 38.44. So that's too close for me. Okay, it's just too close for me for a $38 stock. Now it may pile right through that, but that is the next high on the daily chart. So even though it's showing up on that on the combo scanner, I'm not going to take it. Yeah, and again, it doesn't mean it. Of course, it's going to get to $40 a share, but you can rest assured that anybody taking over X, it's going to be even if it so-called gets a hand like a handshake. X says yes. It'll take months before anything like this would happen. Probably being the fact that it's U.S. steel. Probably the regulators will get all involved. Now, at least CLF is an American company, right? CLF is US based. Got to be right. Yeah, I knew. I mean, I knew it was. I just wanted to confirm, because there were some other suitors that were foreign based, and I think that was a major issue. All right, let's take a look at this court, which is just screaming higher here. So again, it's not showing up on the 10-day daily breakout because the relative volume is not 8. Oh, I know X is a I know US Steel is, but they'll never. But didn't that French company MT or one of those that weren't they toying with the idea of putting in a bid months ago? That's right. That's MT, isn't it? There we go. Ah, come on, quadruple C. Move. Okay, now this one was really, really choppy, but take a look at INTS. Last time I saw it, it had popped up, I think up here, and then it fell right back down to 920. Now it's right back up again. So the high looking left is 1146. So obviously, it's got some room, but it is very, very whippy. What's the spread like? Bad, bad spread. It's untradeable, guys. 890, 962. Basically untradeable right now. When I say that, I mean, obviously you can take a trade in it, but it's with that spread, anything could happen. All right, guys, let's see what else. I'm trying to see. Mama is an earnings play also. Mama's an earnings play. See what it's doing. Mama's Creations. What do they do? Meat process. Oh gosh, what a segment to be in. This is process from carcasses. Ugh. Okay. So anyway, what is it doing? 620,000 shares, fairly low float, 7 times normal. Uh, yeah, it trades options, not at the 500 level though. Problem is, to me, it looks like there's tons of resistance around 4, so not interested in it. Oh, I'm sure it is. We saw this last week, didn't we? I don't know, I call it a chanson, but yeah, wow. Wow, wow. Halted. Last week, it looked like, okay, how much further can it go? Well, guess what? It could double. All right, guys. Can I yell a little bit? I've taken some off, guys. I've taken some off. The quadruple C. I love it. New high right now. Taking some off. Oof, a lot of a lot of patience right around this 4 level. Now, where could it keep going? I mean, there's no now the next high looking left looks like it's around 450, 461 or so. And every time I see it up here, so I think it's 450, 460, maybe that's 460. So I am almost out everything in case it can't get through that. And as I said, my magic level was the 414 level. Remember I said we can get to the highs of right here, these 2 candles right there, the bodies. I wanted to I was, well, took it. I'd in around 415. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do what I do. I just point out what I'm looking at. And if it meets your plan, then, fine. If it doesn't, don't do it. And listen, Jeff Rowe and anybody else, this could, go right through this level. But for me, going from 415 to 450 is a great percentage move. And we'll see. Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm not shying away from these, but I'll be honest, guys, I'd rather just follow these ones for me personally. If I weren't moderating a room, this is probably all I would be doing, just following these ones, trying to figure out a way to trade them, not necessarily right at the beginning, or maybe, just like I did. I didn't get this one at the beginning. I mean, it was too early for me to take that trade at the beginning, but I waited and waited and waited on that 4 break. Even ABM is starting to come back. So, for me in ABM, I might have to look at it later on in the day. It is starting to come back. That was a nice short. I didn't do it, but 5111 might get me interested for ABM. It's certainly not trading with the market. The market's putting in so far 3 red candles. These are two green candles, so it's not trading with the market. And this is, of course, trading on no news. I don't think it had news last week either. I may be wrong. I don't think it had news last week. I think it was just, we're all wrapped up in the low flow China mania, and this is just one of them. I don't think it had any news. Let me just check our news to see. This is how I use our news. It can kind of I can go back fairly easily. Okay, so this says, but am I going to get a real answer here? Yeah. See, no material news. Yeah. Classic clickbait. Here is why. It soared 32%. Here is why. And then they come out and say, we don't have any news on it. But we got you to click just because it said, here is why. Okay, boys, travel log is over. Doc 22 and PJ. In case somebody wants to just talk general market talk, okay? So you can kind of see how that high, you can see, how that high seemed to influence it. You can see it right now, but that had a red line looking left. I mean, I think it got right into it. 455, wasn't it 452? 452 or 453. You can see it got right into it and it pulled right back from it. Oh, I thought it was just sort of devolving into talking about where you're living and all that. I mean, I suppose, okay, very if I be very expanding in what we can talk about. Okay, you are kind of talking about EVs, but it's just in case somebody wants to talk about general market talk more than just EVs failing up in the mountains. Okay, guys, 11:43. Jamie will be in our room in about 15 minutes. And I'm not upset. I'm not upset. Not even remotely am I upset. Now, had 4C tanked on me, I might have been a little more upset. But give me a moment, guys. Z-Lab, I know I mentioned Z-Lab before. I think the spread wasn't great, but it is certainly moving. 10:15, 10:30. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'll take a look at CHSN, but I'm tending to shy away from these right now. Definitely fun to trade if you're on the right side. Now, this quadruple C may not be over, of course. Now, I should actually have another alert set up around 456 and see if it gets close to that level. And let me take a look at the weekly on that. Then, if it does take out that 466, 456 right up here, and take a look on the monthly. Yeah, so the next high on the monthly is 536 on the monthly. In this case, so what I want to do is I want to back out the weekly a little bit. So there's the high, 460. So it's really got to take out that 460. And if it can take out 460, then there is that monthly high of around 521. Not a bad 2.5 days for this stock. I was looking to short Pfizer, but look at Pfizer now, EFE, probably a little late. But look at Pfizer off the lows here. Yeah, so okay, I know it said lifetime range, it was at the low of the lifetime range. You gotta go back to you've gotta go back to 2012 before we see these lows for Pfizer. So it's possible that our lifetime range only goes back 10 years, I don't know. Typically, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, it is trying again. I now listen, if it takes out that 460, doesn't mean this was way better for me, because I had what I consider a little bit of a break or an idea if it could break right there. These two 15 the bodies, excuse me, the high of the bodies of those two 15-minute candles, the 10:15 and the 10:30 candles. So that for me, and you even see that there was another one that for me said, okay, if I can do that over four, Now, a break over here, though, unless we get a couple of candles sort of inching into that area, it's not that I'm just going to take it because it breaks 460. For my eyes, there's a big difference between breaking it here at 412 and then breaking it here at 460 just on a sudden move through. Where are you seeing that, William? Poison control calls jump 1,500% due to Ozempic overdoses. Now, are those just people, okay, overdosing, or, like, and an overdose for me means obviously taking more than you're supposed to. So are these people maybe thinking if I take more, it'll speed up the weight loss? Yeah, I'm not. Interesting. I'm not seeing any headline like that in IB. Doesn't mean it's not there, but meanwhile, guys, Acadia is still active. Now that's coming into another high right here, 29.39. Boy, this is when I just didn't take it. I just didn't take it because there was a high, I think, in this area that I thought might stall it. Not even close. Now, is that a jab or a pill? They're all still jabs, right? Are there any pills out there for that are doing the same sort of thing as Ozempic claims? Marius. Isn't that what they're trying to create? Isn't some company? I thought some company was testing a pill, a big one too, like a big company. Obviously not on the market yet. Okay, guys, 11:55. So what I'm going to do, just put the announcement in. Jamie will be in our room anytime now. On a break back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Again, I'll hang around, of course, until Jamie gets into the room. And I'll also put the YouTube link in so you can listen to Jamie. Jamie is a little more of a kind of like me in terms of trading, except he's definitely a micro scalper also, but he's not a big swing trader. The other guys are more swing trading that take over in our YouTube room. But today's Wednesday, so it is Jamie, and he is definitely more of he's a little bit like of my style, but also he's more into micro scalping. So I mean, he'll take 10,000 shares of something and hope to get a 3% move. That is not me. There he is.
Boopity boop boop. Beep beep.
Okay, just give me a moment, Jamie. Okay, guys, Jamie is in the YouTube room. He just bopped his way in. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Now I can officially say hello to Jamie.
Hello, Betty. Can you hear me okay?
You doing?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
My scan. I really hope you're following that scan because,
I
you
am
know,
following the scan. It takes a little getting used to
yes,
because they're so extended,
yes,
when you
yes, it
pull them
looks,
up. Uh-huh.
yes. Well, when you mean even, well, the ones early in the day, like this, like the quadruple C,
Right.
the STTK, which only worked very briefly.
Mhm.
PLAB, I didn't find too extended, but the Acadia certainly was extended, but it didn't matter, did it?
Yeah, and what I've been doing, Barry, just because I'm kind of new to watching this one,
Hmm.
is I'll just get in a few shares, you know,
Hmm.
just so I'll have it on the blotter to watch, and then I'll watch that price action, and then when it gets to the other interesting levels, I'll add to it. So I'm not just jumping in right off the bat. I'm just getting like a little bitty, just a teeny bit, depending
Hmm.
on the price, might even be 10, 15 shares just to get it on the blotter, you know.
Right.
And then once you see it doing what you think it's going to do, then I'll tack in, some additional shares. But I definitely like it, and I'm definitely watching it.
Well, and Jamie, you've heard me say this many, many times. I don't hop into the trade just because, well, at the time of the alert. I'm always
Sure.
looking, checking,
Hmm.
and I'm not hung up on, okay, you get an alert at 3:59. I do my checking, and now it's at 3:65. Does
Yep.
it? Oh, am I going to worry about 6 cents? Of course not.
Right.
These things seem to have some good runs in them, and it's
Hmm.
not just today. I mean, I've been looking at these for 2 weeks now, and I tell you, I mean, it's amazing when you get a scan. I mean, I've said this a few times this week. I can't wait. I can't wait in the morning to see what we're going to get from it every single morning now.
That's always like those are the best alert windows to have, and they come and they
Oh,
go.
no kidding. But you're right. Will this last forever? Of course, probably not. But I'm going to milk it while I can.
Yeah, and speaking of just the market in general, I mean, I don't know if I mean, it seems a lot slower, you know? It seems like the
In
action,
general, yes.
yeah, I think we're just,
Yeah.
it's just kind of lag leading up to the holiday,
Hmm.
Christmas and all that good stuff. And then we got Powell flapping his gums at what, 2 p.m. Eastern today?
2 p.m. And then, of course, the presser at 2:30. That'll probably be a little more interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So who knows? All I know
Yeah.
is, you were talking about my scalping right before I came in, and it's it's kind of dried up right now.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
the way that I used to do it. Um, Having said that, I mean, there's still a few stocks out there that you know there's something to be had, but it's slower right now, and
Mhm.
it's never fun when your main game slows down, but you just have to go, okay, well, fire back up here in a little bit. Just gotta not do anything stupid in the meantime, right?
Well, yeah, don't spend money silly in a silly way. I chop up your account just because you're bored and man, I got to do
Exactly.
something. I want to do something. It's not quite doesn't check every box, but well, 4 to 5 boxes is okay. No, it isn't.
No, no,
No, it
no.
isn't.
It's you got to stick to the plan, and that's part of the psychological battle of being as a trader. Oh, by the way, before I let you go, little ZNTL, it's
Yeah.
it's doing its thing, and you're right. The volume is lacking. I mean, it's just doing normal volume. But
Hmm.
boy,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
here we are pecking at highs again,
Yes.
and it could get interesting. And I'm still in it with a stop that has not been hit yet. So
Yeah, excellent. Whoa, by the way, look at the quadruple C. It just took out that high
yes.
now.
Hmm.
I don't know what I'm going to do, Jamie, on this one, but
And look,
listen, Iris, let me just answer Iris, okay? Because she's wondering what the scan we're talking about. So, Iris, if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in there, okay? You see the homepage link, and just click on it and scroll to the bottom. Have you taken over my screen yet,
no, but
Jamie?
let me do
Okay.
it right.
No,
Would you
no,
like me to go
don't
ahead
do
and
it
grab
yet.
it?
Don't do it yet.
Okay.
Okay, so click on my homepage link and scroll to the bottom. So you'll be at the top here. Scroll to the bottom. Middle section are my scans, and the bottom one on the right hand, normal option activity plus 10-day daily break combo. Okay, that's the one that I've been concentrating on. And
I
with
mean, you,
that, and just to answer Marius's question, I mean, you can go to 10 different websites regarding float data. Can't answer that question. Okay. You can go to 10 different websites, go to FinViz, go to Yahoo. Our data provider gives us float information of AVTX, whatever it is. Sometimes it's a real, I don't know if they've done reverse splits in the past and all, but no answer for that, Marius. And now I'm going to go. And
yes, Barry.
Alex, yes. Alex, yes. Sorry, Jamie. I'm
Let
just
me grab the screen real quick
so
here.
so Alex, just go to my homepage. I just put my homepage link in. Scroll to the middle section of the scan section, and it's the bottom one on the right hand. Okay, the bottom right one called abnormal option activity plus 10-day daily breakout. And with that, I'm out of here. Okay,
Okay, Barry, enjoy your
I
time, and we'll
will.
see you when you get back.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. One second. Oh, and as Barry and I were chatting there, ZNTL popped 21, but backed off to 16 already. But interesting. We'll see if this little guy keeps on slow grinding to the top of its range. That'd be nice. And hello to everybody. Hello, Javier. Hello, Iris. Hello, one and all. And just keep in mind, this is the hour for the live support session. Barry takes his break. One of us other trader trainer individuals takes over. And today it's me. So if you have any questions about trade ideas in general, don't be shy. Get it out there in the questions panel. If you have any charts you might want me to use my rudimentary technical skills to take a look at, I'd be happy to do that as well. But yeah, a little slow going into the holidays here. Got the Fed boys coming on at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll see if that does anything to the markets. You never know. But things are certainly a little bit slow. What do I mean by slow? Well, look at these volume levels right now on the SPY. 5-minute, 10-minute relative volume. We're not even kicking 1.0 on the SPY, which for this time of the year, I guess, is not that crazy, but definitely not a whole lot of volume kicking. Could easily confirm that just by taking a look at the chart here on the SPY. Finally got up to this other level here and popped out of that little range and heading higher. But look at the volume bar today, right here. It's like, hello, look at me. Very small. All right, Trader Todd's, what do you got here? Can you go over your checklist for entering a trade? Just trying to understand your framework and mental model. Sure, why not? Okay, so as far as what Barry was alluding to when I do my scalping and things of that nature, it's not really predicated on a chart pattern. It's more of an order book, tape reading type technique, and you're just in there hoping for a quick clear of a bid or an offer, and that's it. Now on setups, and that's a whole other game in itself. Um, Now on setups, this ZNTL is a pretty good example. Now, how did I come across ZNTL? Because it is a rather thinly traded stock, and if we just kind of check out some of its core metrics here, what do we traded today? 376,000 shares. There's only 63 million in the float. Not what I would consider a super large float, but considering the fact that most of us around here would consider a smaller float, 20 million and less. Not quite small, but not quite large either. So 63 million in the float. Yeah, it's kind of lackluster on its 5-minute volume right here, and barely a 1 on relative volume. But I liked the setup. And the setup, you see this little wick right here? Let me see what time that was exactly. That was approximately 50 minutes into the open, okay? And I'll start watching for these range breaks about 30 minutes in, 30 minutes, and anywhere between 30 minutes and 1 hour. And you can see this was kind of smack 20 minutes, or excuse me, 10 minutes before the first hour was up. So 50 minutes into the open. And the reason this caught my eye number one, let's just go ahead and kind of finish marking up the chart here. Okay, so this was entry candle, 5, 10, 15. So risk would have been right there. Okay, or was right there in this one because I'm still in this one. Now, this is the setup. Now, how did I have ZNTL on my radar? Because I think I might have added it to my favorites. Let me see here. If I didn't, that's because it's part of my race setup. Okay. So notice these windows right here, highs and lows for my favorite symbols. And I just keep a little collection, typically vacillating around 70 to 100 stocks that I prefer to trade because I know them. These guys right here are pointed to a specific list that I cultivate every morning. Whereas these guys down here are just looking at the overall market for stocks hitting highs and lows on, I believe I've got relative volume pegged at 3 here. Okay, yep, 3 with some other generic filtering. So for the whole market down below, these guys are looking at highs and lows on my favorites list. And then these guys are looking at stocks hitting highs and lows for the race symbols that I curated in the first about 20 to 25 minutes of the open today. Okay, so keep this in mind. If we go to options, oops, sorry, wrong thing. I didn't make any changes, but thank you. Symbol list. Okay, in my race, get rid of those lines. Okay, so I only had 21. I only cultivated 21 or harvested 21 stocks out of these two races. As each, the market opens, these are 1 minute races. So every 1 minute, I got a couple of stocks to pull up. And then all I do is simply come up here and say, okay, it's the first 1 minute. I'm not going to be trading the stock, but I want to keep my eyes on it. So I right click, I say send CCC to a symbol list, in this case, races. Okay. So that's my methodology for the first 20, 25, sometimes even 30 minutes. Collect as many of these race winners as I can, which populate the list. And then as those stocks hit highs and lows, boom, I pull them up. Okay. So that's exactly what happened 50 minutes into the open today. Right here at this little break above the high there. See, the low had been put in, and it would probably help if I just went ahead and dropped one more line down there. Okay, so just to show you, the high had been put in here, the low had been put in here, and then we get that sideways move, little wedge forming up, and then boom, we crack that high. So this is where I bought Zintel as it broke its opening range. Okay. So we can see what it did after that. It's kind of him and hawed around here for about 20 minutes and then got a nice lift. But keeping in mind that this was the entry candle when it broke this previous high, nice and level, easily identifiable. We don't include the entry candle, but I'll count back 15 minutes. 5, 10, 15. This blue line right here was the low of the prior 15 minutes, not including the entry candle. So this area right here was my risk level. Okay. So far, my reward level is much larger than my risk level. Could probably fit that in there almost 3 times at present. So if this entry, call it 1365, risking 20 cents, and currently 64, you know, nice little 3 and change on the risk to reward. So when you hear all of us talking about risk versus reward, one risk unit could be packed into here a little over 2.5, 3 times. Right now, it's almost a threefold return, risk to reward. So the reason I like these patterns is they're very simple. All right, simply a break, easily identifiable on the risk, and what we're always hoping for is that continuation. So that's the routine that I go through each and every morning from these two races, taking every race winner every minute. So if we say, sometimes we get a lot of repeats in there. All right. Um, but, you know, that could easily put you into 20, 30, 40 symbols into my list, depending on the day, a little slower today. But that's a fresh crop of symbols each and every day. It's kind of like what Barry was saying about he can't wait to see what comes out of here every morning. Well, you never know what the race winners are going to be, and you have a fresh list of, sometimes they're more liquid, sometimes they're thinner stocks, but they're all going to be doing something interesting, and most of them, like quadruple C, are going to have high volume. So who asked that question? So Trader Todd's, I hope that made sense to you. If you need me to expound on any of the finer details, just let me know. Let's see, Peter. To be reasonably profitable on a two-penny move, you need to commit a quarter million per trade? No, 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 absolutely not. Think about this. I mean, let's say you're trading 1,000 share blocks. If you make a penny on a 1,000 share block, that's $10. And in a commission-free environment, you don't have to overcome commission. So, that's the game that I'm playing when I do scalp. Okay, Mello, I think if you're familiar with Barry's homepage, he always has them there. Um, I'd be happy to drop this link into the chat. Okay, so I just dropped the link for the combo scan. And let me just test something here. Now, from the YouTube chat, you should be able to click on that link. It's going to open up you know, an instructional page, and you'll be able to copy that URL from the top. Hey, what's up, Circle? Have I seen the new SPY Forex leveraged ETN? You know what? I don't think I have. Let me check this, Mello. I can't remember what the settings were in here. I'm just running it as is, so I haven't modified it at all. If you think relative volume is too high, you can always go in there and change it to whatever you think, might be more your cup of tea, right? But I'm just leaving it as is. But one comment Barry made early on is, you don't get a ton of alerts, right? So even on a slow day like today, there's been what, six, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which isn't too bad. And I'd rather have a window that spits out less than more, but it's just, it's your personal preference. ZLab, I forgot how that was on my radar this morning too. I think it might have, can't remember if it won a race. But anyway, this has been a nice little grinder too. And it didn't really consolidate for a long time here. We had a period of 5, 10, 15, 20, but I do recall seeing it as it came through here. I just did not I did not act on it. Still getting used to our new drawing tools here. That's 5, 10, 15, 20. This thing busted out 20 minutes, moved sideways for another 10, and then boom. Nice little grind up on ZLab today. Oh, quadruple X. Yeah, I did see that, but that was coming across my tickers yesterday. But okay. I just saw Bank of Montreal yesterday. And I was like, what in the world is this? So it's only been out for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. Interesting. Let's do this. There. I just clicked on anchored VWAP to anchor it to the first day. And look at that. Of course, limited amount of days. But if we ever do get weak, this little guy is going to be very interesting to pay attention to. A 4x SPY. Very interesting. Yeah, because yesterday it was quadruple X and quadruple C. I'm like, that's kind of weird. I know. It's just that's why when it came across one of my windows yesterday, I'm like, what is that? Never seen that before. Oops, looks like a tilt. Continuing its little uptrend there. I guess people are showing up at the bond auctions again. TMF. I used to trade the TMF before they did all the reverse splits. But they got to keep reverse splitting these ETFs because of the time decay. Check back in on little Zintel. She's trying to hold up. Over here we have the 15-minute chart with the 10 period right here, the tan looking orange line. And then we have the 10 period on the 5-minute chart right here. Seems to be, hugging it like a glove. A little elevated on the 15, but that's a good sign typically. All right, did I miss anybody's questions from earlier? I don't think so, but if I did, just let me know. And usually my halts resumes is got the monkey chirping a lot, but right now, even the halts and resumes are pretty dead. What was the one that got halted shortly after the open? Was it ADXL? ADSL? I can't remember. Maybe somebody out there remembers. It was A something. Can we go over the configuration exchanges on option scanner? Sure. Well, this little guy right here, ooh, look how beautiful that. And see, this is classic right here. I wish I would have been watching this one today because once again, this is a perfect example of a nice range break here and then boom, just off to the races. Not really on. It's doing some big volume today, 53 million in the float, 40x, and still doing 12 times normal 5-minute volume. Guys, I got to put you on hold for just 1 second. 1 moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm expecting it's time for my maintenance on my heating system, and the guy's supposed to be showing up, but that was just a delivery guy, and hopefully we'll get through this without an interruption. But if you do hear me have to get up, it would be because I got to let the heater dude in. Okay, UBS. This was this is what I was in, and hopefully I'm still in. And let me show you the other side of that pattern that we were just looking at. Okay, so UBS, we're looking at this candle here. Yep, opening candle, puts in its low, puts in its high, gets range bound, slowly grinding down here. Right here at this level, perfect short opportunity, right? This candle right here was entry, 5, 10, 15. Where would our risk be? Entry candle, 5, 10, 15. Risk here, all right? And this one, took a little bit to roll back over again. Threw a little bit of an elbow there, but never got close to the stop. Finally gave up the ghost. One more head fake and then down. All right. So this one's working as well, but this is to the short side. All right. The other two I showed you guys with a long. This is the same pattern, but to the downside. Opening range breaks to the upside or the downside. Okay, so let's see here. Who wanted to go over the exchanges on the options scanner? Yeah, no problem. And before we go over the option scanner exchange tabs, I see your question there, 77. How do you determine market tops? Well, it depends. Well, short-term tops, you know, it, picking the tops of anything is picking the bottoms of anything, whether it's the SPY or individual stock. Um, that's not really my game when it comes to entries. But if I were trying to find tops in stocks, I kind of push this window out of the way um, to make room for some others. But for example, that's kind of what I have this unusual number of prints alert window for, is for things of that nature. Now you can see here, up here on quadruple C, right? Whoops, wrong. It's this candle right here where that alert came in, and then we had that wick, and then we're range bound. We haven't really broken, but a lot of the times those wicks will be put in on the unusual number of prints. You get that print flurry, or what we used to call a cleanup print. Those don't really exist anymore because the markets have changed so much. But those you usually have a high number of prints at bottoms and tops. Now, if you're talking about just the overall markets, 7-7, just pretty much the same way on the intraday time frame. Okay, let's take a look at the configuration over here. So I'll just duplicate this window, mess anything up. Okay, Mello, you want to take a look at the exchanges on the option scanner, yeah? So let's just go in here, go into the upside version first. And I'm assuming you're just talking about the exchanges tab right here, right? So this one's got just about everything checked. To be quite honest, you could probably remove the pinks and the OTCBs and all that stuff. And if you don't trade the Torontos, you know, if you just had the NASDAQ and I don't know why ARCA's not checked there. I'll go ahead and check it. I don't think it's really going to make a big difference. But I would think on this particular scan, as long as you have the major US equity markets checked, or if you removed the pinks and the bulletin boards and the Toronto, you probably wouldn't see any difference in the output here. Matter of fact, let's just do that. Hold on. Well, it's only going to show me the last one. It's not going to update. But did you have a specific Okay, I see your comment there. Why are those chosen? I'm just gonna go with the theory that, you know, whoever checked off all these exchanges might want to see those things. I just don't know if there's going to be anything meeting the criteria, right? But once again, you can remove those if you only want to see like all these guys right here that have hit. I don't think any of these are Toronto or Bulletin Board or Pinks. I just don't even think they would make the cut, you know? So you could probably remove those and it's not even gonna matter. All right, 7-7, just reading your other comment there. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was a little formula for that type of stuff, Trader 7-7. Right, right. I got you. Speaking of the SPY, I mean, it's like in this race, we are the tortoise, it seems. I mean, when we look over here, it's just eek, 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 you know, slowly grinding up. We're at a new level now, and we're not too far away, you know. Here's the mountaintop right here. But it looks like, unless something crazy happens, we've already got close above this level, moving higher, depending on what Jerome talks about. Who knows? We might be getting closer before the day's out, and looking at it from this perspective, just a hop, skip, and a jump to all-time highs. Okay, View. A few things coming through here. View was another race winner. You can see it right over here from Dawn of the Dead. You might be saying, well, what does Dawn of the Dead mean? Well, this was a top list. Remember, every race is got a top list working behind the scenes. Dawn of the Dead was a top list that Andy Lindelof came up with many years back. Seems like yesterday, but I think it was coming up on 6, 7 years ago. He created the Dawn of the Dead, looking for stocks that had been all beat up but are coming back to life. When we look at this longer term chart for View here, you can see indeed it has been beaten to a pulp, you know, all the way back from, wow, what a fall from grace. Of course, I don't know if this one's done reverse splits or not. Only 2.79 million in the float, but it's coming back to life. It's trying to get some movement here. And when we just take a peek here, it's pretty easy to sketch out some potential levels here if it keeps on going. We seem to have gotten through this level, so now eyes would be, bumping up against this level of congestion over here. But this little guy might have some more room in it. Probably gonna have to keep on watching View moving forward. The Hig. Is that a symbol? HYG? High yield corporate bond. Interesting. I don't really know anything about that, but there could certainly be a correlation there. High yield corporate bonds. Interesting. What year was that? That was back in the COVID malarkey. But yeah, I don't think I've ever really messed around with HIG, but what you're saying could totally have some relevance there. All right, UBS, yay. Continue downward, please. All right, Finley, let's see here. Other sectors that help this market move are looking tired to me. Yeah, everything's looking a little tired right now. And then, of course, you'll have some sector rotation as always. I don't keep an eye on the main sectors near as much as Barry does. Um, I was thinking to myself just this morning, I should start pulling up my sector heat map in the mornings just to get kind of a read on what sectors are, being heavily purchased or which ones are getting beat down. Of course, just because a sector is getting beat down does not mean they're going to continue. A lot of the times those are better contra plays, depending on, hitting certain 200-day moving averages and things of that nature. Maskelto, hello to you as well. No, Barry is on his break that he takes every day from 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern. So I'm Jamie. I'm filling in for Barry today. Welcome. If you have a question, Maskelto, just throw it out there in the questions panel. And while there's no questions coming in, I'll just pop over here and spawn up a docked channel bar. Where's my sector channel here? It's been a while since I've been here. Yeah, no surprise to see most everything, the high tide is raising all boats, and don't really see a whole lot of red here, but of course we're just not seeing the whole shebang there. Seeing the individual names, but there will be some that are up, some that are down. But this is also a great place to keep an eye on those sectors on the open, because you can just spawn this in a container window, watch it, see what happens. When you're done with it, minimize it, kill it off. Okay, and the SPY, as we can see here, getting a little bleedy. What's our range been today? So 465-ish, down to 464-ish. So not quite a point. Looks a lot more dramatic than it is. ADCT continuing the blast. Not a race stock. No worries, Mo. And Peter, to your question, do I trade options? I do not. I've had aspirations of trading options. It's just, that's another whole topic, and it takes a lot of time and, focus and all that good stuff. Now, ADCT is a little interesting here because this black line over here on the daily is the 200 period moving average. So, blew through this one, which I believe is my 130. Let me see. I redid these recently. Yeah, 130 right here is the pink line. blew right through it, and just butted right up to that 200-day average. Now, what happened? How did that get on there? Okay, I guess it was just a little weird bug there. But it'll be interesting to see if ADCT puts on the brakes here. So back to your question, Peter. Nope, have not become active in options. Just feel as though with everything I'm doing right now, I've got my hands full. Now, I had an interesting conversation with a friend. Some of you may be aware who Brian Shannon is, Alpha Trends, godfather of the anchored VWAP. Um, he's been telling me he's been trading the, I guess, what do they call them? EOD options, the ones that expire that day at the close on the SPY. These things have crazy ranges. I mean, ranges from like 15 cents up to $1 and something. Um, apparently they're in the money options and they expire at the end of the day, so they're very, very volatile. I haven't bothered to pull those up and see what they look like. Would they drive me mad if I tried to trade them? But maybe if I get motivated enough, I'll check them out at some point. 0 day, okay. Is that the proper term? Any option that expires that day in the money. Now, here's the thing is when you trade those things, you do have to fold in commission cost. And I know most of the larger retail firms, say Schwab, E-Trade, they'll charge you a certain amount per contract to open the trade and then to close the trade, just like a buy and a sell on a stock or a short and a cover. But I do hear that Tasty Trades, you only get charged to open, and then you don't get charged anything on the closing trade. So if anybody were seriously contemplating trading options, or if you're already trading options, um, I would explore that option. So it's kind of like options haven't went zero com yet. It's kind of like they're half zero com so far, and it wouldn't be that surprising to eventually see options go zero commission as well. Not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying it would not surprise me if that did happen. Isn't that an option at Robinhood? I don't know. Yeah, and I'm sure these spreads, I'm thinking on those 0 day options, the ones that expire, one would have to think, and I could be wrong, um, the spreads are going to be more than a penny. But like I said, I haven't bothered to even explore those. So for all I know, there might be penny spreads. Of course, there are ETFs out there like Tilt and whatnot, or any of these larger ETFs. Sure, they've got a penny spread, but they move so quickly, you can't count on those bids and offers being there. I mean, it's like I can't even keep those things up because they drive me crazy. I prefer smooth and orderly uh, price action, or I guess the right term would be order book action if you're doing that type of thing. All right, pardon me while I wet my whistle real quick here. Oh, let's see. Did it put on the brakes yet? Uh, a little bit. But if this candle closes lower than that candle, it might be the turn. Who knows? There's so much volume still going through this guy. I mean, 5,000 share, or excuse me, almost 6 million shares traded, relative volume of 40. and divide that number by 100. So 5-minute volume, even though it doesn't look big down here, is still 20 times normal. And the reason it's so blown out of proportion is, look, this little guy usually on a normal trading day only trades a little over 300,000 shares a day, and it's kicked out almost 6 million today. That's why we have such an overblown relative volume and still crazy on the 5-minute. All right, sorry I missed your question there, Marvin. Do you have mentorship programs that you recommend? Not really, not really. I mean, with the emergence of Twitter and FinTwit, there are always mentors out there, right? It just seems like now there are like a gazillion of them, right? That's a very slippery slope, who's legit, who's not. If you're interested in swing trading and or intraday trading, then you're in a really great place right now because Barry does an excellent job at running the trading room, talking about his trading styles and showcasing the software. Now, the other added benefit is that it's free, right? But if you're looking for more detailed, say, curriculum type stuff um, for the swing trading aspects, I would totally say you might want to go check out Alpha Trends and Brian Shannon. We've known Brian for a very long time. Anybody out there that's familiar with him knows the quality of his work with the Anchor VWAP. So you might want to check out Alpha Trends. I don't get paid anything to say that, but off the top of my head, if somebody was asking me for a methodology and someone that could explain it well, in that regards, it'd be Brian Shannon. He's also got a couple of books out on the topic too. Let's see here. Am I self-taught? Yes, you could say that. Just kind of been in the business way too long since December of 1992. It's been about 5 years on the retail side and then migrated to the trading side in 96. And that's where I met Dan Merkin, the founder of Trade Ideas, and became acquainted with some other people that are here at the firm during that time period. And yes, we were all self-taught. We like to say we learned through the bloody nose technique, and keep in mind this was a much different market time back in the mid to late 90s, creeping up into 2000. Um, but yeah, we just pretty much got in there and got punched in the face a lot and learned what not to do. Um, and then was fortunate enough to get over the learning curve just in the nick of time before we all, you know, killed our accounts, and then it was off to the races. But yeah, you could say self-taught. Now, having said that, the scalping aspects, that's more of a self-taught thing. Now you can. I'm not saying it's impossible uh, to teach somebody that methodology. It's really difficult. Now on the swing trading side, simple methodology. Put your, you buy you put your trades on, whether they're longs or shorts. You put your stops in and let nature take its course. Um, that's a much more sane way to trade. All right, Peter, what do you got there? Active option chains on decaying fund. Yeah, Peter, I wish I could be more help or enlightening on that topic. I just don't know much about that. Which page is that, Marvin? Okay, WB, WBO. I saw this one earlier. I think, where did I see it? It was somewhere around here, and I was like, yeah, I don't trust it. Now it is lower, but it would have thrown a wiggle. Would have definitely been what we call a second mouse trade. Well, let's see here. Would it have been a stop out? My eyes are playing tricks on me. Is that the opening candle? Nope, that's pre-market. So right here. So let's see. If I would have taken that trade there, no, I would have stayed in it, but I did not take it. So entry candle here, 5, 10, 15. So not a very good risk to reward ratio there. Not even quite, maybe just a 1 to 1 right now. Ah, well, good. So you just accidentally stumbled into the YouTube room, is what you're saying. Well, that was a good accident. So welcome. And more than likely, if you hang out here enough, you'll probably be a subscriber at some point. Because I will say this, I mean, Trade Ideas came online 2003, so it's been 20 years, which is crazy because time flies. Um, but I'm sure that there are many other people that would say exactly what I'm about to say. But if I didn't have Trade Ideas, I'd be lost. I wouldn't know how to get any of the things. I mean, I'm sure I could find some things, right? But I'd pretty much be adrift at sea without Trade Ideas. Very flexible. Well, hopefully that means we're doing some good search engine optimization if you, did the old Google search and landed here. So very good. And once again, welcome, Marvin. Okay, and this is typically, I don't really trade Goldman Sachs, but I like to use it as kind of a barometer. Now it's hitting lows right now, but looking at the what we got going on the past couple of days, doesn't have any oomph to it. It's not doing any volume. So everything's just kind of tickling lows right now. But when the banks are really moving, typically Goldman's either leading the charge or leading the sink. That's why I have it in there. Barclays, dead, hovering kind of at lows, a couple pennies away. Even the CCC is gotten a little cold on us. Oh, look who just popped a high. Not very exciting, but just the fact that it's holding up, and if it does get a little frisky here, and we're maybe almost encroaching on 1 here, but if volume does come into this thing and if it closes strong, I just might hold a smidge because we could easily pop above this level, and especially if it closes above 1422 or so, then this is fair game. Eric has had a good ride lately, still playing. Oh, the thing with Eric is the reason it had a good day or the reason it broke out of this range and had, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 good days is because Nokia, I think it was AT&T, came out and said we're ditching Nokia and we're going with Ericsson. And the funny thing is, I can't remember what day it was where that was the rumor, right? A buddy of mine was like, "Hey, word is AT&T is going to ditch Nokia," and I'm like, "Well, has the news hit yet?" He's like, "No, it's the rumor mill." I'm like, "Okay, don't really care about rumors, but I wonder if Ericsson will suffer the same fate as with the point I made." And then the next day, Nokia gets ditched and Ericsson gets the contract. So inverse moves on those two for that specific reason. Yeah, I'll trade Ericsson and Nokia every once in a while. There's got to be a lot of volume because they are ADRs. Notice the country flag over here for Ericsson, and then, or excuse me, Nokia, and then Ericsson as well. They look like regular stocks, but they trade kind of funky. Maybe not on the charts, but when you're trying to scalp them, the uh, the same rules don't apply to the way they move. Is the best way I can describe that. No, apparently View just doesn't care because it continues to march upwards and showing, potentially if it keeps going, 91 cents, which not too shabby. And volume kind of just normal now, but rocking a good relative level there. And of course, this helps explain why this little guy is moving so much because it's a micro float. You know, if a smaller float is 20 million or less, I would certainly say anything under 5 million is what I would like to call or refer to as a micro float. Holly, 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 one of the picks from the option scanner a few days back. Can't remember if that was yesterday, the day before, but I know it was recent, which is why it ended up in my liked list. How we doing on time here?
Pretty good.
Hey, what's up, Barry? I just looked down. I was like 5
Pretty
minutes
good.
till. Have not been interrupted
Uh,
by the heater guy yet. So
oh, you? Okay.
yeah, you had your
You,
guy coming not to I remember the other week.
well, the
You
plumber.
had a guy
Yeah.
come,
Well,
right?
yeah. Well, that'll be back. The big job will be back in January. We have to get rid of all of the old, what they call the old poly B piping in the house that can leak at any time and get it replaced. And as you know, Jamie, replacing the piping is one thing, but it's ripping down the walls and the ceiling and all that
Yes.
stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's the cost.
Oh,
So
that's
anyway, we're looking forward to that in sometime in January.
yep,
But
it's
we
kind of
had to
like,
stop.
painting, right? They
Hmm.
should call it taping because you spend way more time taping than you do painting. And yeah, replacing the pipes
Not,
is easy, but
you
tearing the
know
walls
what? It's
down is a different thing.
well, it's funny you say that because we had our house painted. I think I don't know 5 years ago,
Hmm.
and I'm watching the guys as they're starting, and I'm saying, "Oh, now, like, what sort of painter's tape do you use?" And the guy looked at me like it was crazy.
Yeah, because
These
they're
guys,
pros and they have like
they
those
don't
little
use
straight
anything.
edges. Yeah.
They didn't use anything.
Well, that's
Okay,
just because 'cause they're so
nothing.
good. Yeah.
They're so
Uh-huh.
good.
Yeah.
They get up on their stilts and they're like unwavering right across.
Yeah.
And I was amazed because me, I'm a mess at anything like that.
Right.
I think I'm reasonably good at one thing, and that's looking at a stock chart. That's about it. I really I can't fix a car, I can't fix a fridge, I can't I can't do any of that stuff. I'm not a handyman at all. So anyway, I'm watching these guys and I cannot believe how incredibly good they were painting the entire house without any painter's tape at all. Unbelievable.
Oh
But,
yeah, absolutely.
that's your job.
There was a video, I forget who I follow on Twitter, that posts these things from time to time where he's like, "This is an old school, sheetrock guy." And he was probably in the 60s,
Mhm.
and the guy could just, I mean, it was like watching a machine, and you're
Mhm.
like, it's like an art form, right? I mean, it's like a
Yeah,
form
for
of art,
sure.
But
Yeah.
yes, I have none of those skills either. I grew up in the 70s and 80s and was never taught any of that stuff. But I mean, it's just
Yeah.
it's just the
Well, yeah.
generational thing, we weren't taught all you know,
Yeah.
the
Well, and to
craft
date
skills.
myself, that's what the yellow pages were for.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Jamie, I know we're getting some people probably want to stop or start talking about stock. So I'll let you go. Thanks so much again for giving me my hour break.
No
And
worries, and we got Jerome Speak coming up, is
yes,
imminent.
in about an hour and 3 minutes. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Okay, my friend, I'll take over.
All right, well, we'll see what happens, and we'll catch you on the flip side, Barry.
You will. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And let me get back into the other room. Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. And yeah, Powell speak. No, not in 5 minutes. No, in an hour and five. 2 o'clock Eastern time, Finley. Okay, 2 o'clock Eastern time. And thank you, Pepe. Yeah, Richie. Just the column. Well, I think he may have actually given you the actual link. But anybody looking for my, I'm gonna have to name it. Maybe the Wonder Scam. We had the option play Magic for many years, but I'm gonna call this the Wonder Scan. So far, anyway. And for those who have no idea what I'm talking about, so again, this is what I'm talking about. If you click on my homepage link and you go, you won't see this yet. You'll be at the top here. Okay, you'll be at the top. Just scroll down and you click here. And this is the scan we're talking about. Now, Mello, I saw you made a comment. This is in the YouTube room. Isn't 8 for relative volume too high? So here's the deal. Okay, you can do anything you want with it. I mean, there's no magic for my putting 8 in this 10-day daily breakout. I decided to do it way back when, but I'm also experimenting with a 6, okay, with a 6 relative volume in here. And so far, it hasn't made any difference. The same, except for Calm. I think Calm showed up, okay. But you can experiment if you want more alerts. You can always drop that relative volume down a bit and see what you get. Okay. I'm content to leave it at, well, I've got both of them up, the 6 and the 8. I have been wanting to see what the big difference would be. So far, not a huge difference. Meanwhile, well, I'm not back in it. I missed my entry, guys. Now it did pop. It did come right back down. And this is the how many C's does that draw? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11 or 12. And again, for those of you who don't know, there was the original alert at 9:31 Eastern time. 3:59 was the alert. And if you're just loading it now, you won't see the early ones, okay? You might just see the last one. I didn't like the X. Like I told you guys, I didn't like the X. I mean, it's moved 20 cents, I think, 22 cents. I mean, hey, you never know. This could be like a little slow bleeder up. But I looked left and I saw on this is a that red line indicates the next high on the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart. I'd have to scroll back, but you'll have to trust me. That red line represents the next high, which looks like around 38.40. So getting an alert at 38 and having a potential block at 38.40 didn't interest me enough. Now, just because there's a high up here doesn't mean it's going to stop there, of course. But you have to know why X is moving up. I mean, there's all sorts of rumors of them being bought, and I guess CLF has now put in an offer at 40. Or you could read this: U.S. Steel has received multiple bids in excess of 40 now. So if you're reading that and thinking, well, why don't I just buy it because it's going to be sold at least at 40? The problem is it may not happen. I'm pretty sure with a company like US Steel, there'll be all sorts of regulatory hurdles to overcome. Big old school company like this. And yeah, I'm just seeing things settle down quite a bit. Now, stocks like C4, they're not really affected too much by what the market's doing, okay? But the market is moving down. Um, 2 o'clock is the minutes, and then 2:30 is the actual presser. Okay, so that's what you'll see at 2 o'clock. I'm shocked. If they raise rates, this market will tank. Okay, you'll see a giant red bar, but I doubt very much they're going to raise rates. And then at 10:30 again, Powell will have his presser, and they'll pester him. They'll ask him, "Well, what do you think is going to happen next year?" So it all depends on his tone. And again, guys, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Meanwhile, CHSN. And again, no reason that I can see for this one doing what it's doing today, CHSN. Just low float China mania. Okay. And that happened last week. I don't think there was any news last week on this one either. So now we've gone slightly negative. The SPY is up just a little. The Dow is up just a little. The Nas is down a little. So SPY, we're going slightly negative now. Jamie, he came in or he gave me something to look at. I think what was it, ZNTL? Is it ZNTL? Yeah, look at this one, guys. Kind of interesting. So the relative volume is nothing. Okay. It's basically trading normally, 0.98. But, it's up 10%. But more importantly, I'd be watching this one, guys. Put an alert maybe at the high of the day because when you look left, obviously there is a ton of room. Now, I can't really remember what happened on this day. This is back November, it's not that long ago. November 6th, obviously hit with some really bad news. Let's see if I can find it in our news here. That was November 6th. So it was a earnings play, really. Surprised. So this was an earnings play, an operational update. So obviously the market did not like it and then continued down the next day and just been, but it's been, crawling back from 10. But this is, that's pretty interesting to get. It's over 14. And more importantly, though, look left, 1827. That looks like that's the high, 1824 to be exact. The STTK, now, had it been a really low float, I would have a little more maybe enthusiasm with it. But you never know. Later on in the day, it's been kind of basing here over the VWAP now. And why I'm saying a lower float, because if some volume came in, it could really pop it. But with that float, it would take a lot of volume to really start moving this, in my opinion. So it just may not be dynamic enough. It is hit in the pre-market. It hit 730. This is only phase one slash 2A data. You guys have been talking about Riley. So knowing William, this was a bounce play for William. So guys, I think what I'll do now is my video. It won't take me long, 109. So yeah, it shouldn't take me very long to do my video. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back in the room. I did my video on the C4. Yeah, I'm not in it either. I think five something is the next high looking left on the monthly. I think 536. 536 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Okay, now if we can take that out, then you've got 835. I was toying with the idea, but I was doing my video right at the very time that it was moving. And I said, no, I wasn't going to do it while I was doing my video. So, what do you mean short? You've got shorts available, I take it. No shorts at Interactive Brokers for C4. Hmm. I'm always amazed when E-Trade has shorts and IB doesn't. To me, it looks like the market is factoring in. They're expecting him to say maybe, "Oh yeah, don't worry, we're going to lower interest rates next year." As William is and hammering at us, is almost for sure not going to say that. Yeah, I'm very surprised that you guys have shorts available for C4. Now, I should talk about the challenge that we've got on here, portfolio challenge. So this is if you're a premium subscriber, you don't have to pay the $7.77. Okay, but this is the portfolio challenge. I'll just put this link in, explain a little bit about what it's about. So click on the link. You just have to follow the instructions. Okay, $2,200 grand prize. It'll be I think it's an Amazon gift certificate for $2,200. It will cost $7.70 to join the contest, unless you are a premium subscriber, and then you don't have to pay for it. Okay, and it starts. When does it say it starts? Tuesday, December 19th. So next week. Next week, Tuesday, 4 a.m. Eastern time. That's when the market's open. And it'll go until the market run until the close on Thursday on the 21st. Okay, so it's basically 3 market days, and whoever wins the challenge gets $2,200 in an Amazon gift certificate. So it'll cost $7.70. Basically, pays for the data fees. I guess it's open to anybody, but if you're a premium subscriber, you don't have to pay. And please don't ask me anything more about it. You just have to sign up for it, and I'm sure all the rules and regulations, et cetera, are I don't know where they are, but I'm sure they're gonna be somewhere, obviously, all the rules and regulations when you sign up. Yeah, Centerpoint, I would assume Centerpoint, Cobra, and Trade Zero, I would assume, yes, would have shorts available. But this is moving higher, guys, right now. So again, key level right there. Sorry, right here, 536. Look how it's hugged the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA all the way up. 8 EMA is the orange line, 10 SMA is the blue line. Yes, I'm using pre-market data, so those who aren't, it may not look the same. It's an impressive move. It's not a high float. I mean, 41 million is not high, but it's not one of the very crazy low floaters. So for it to move 124% with that float is very impressive. 158 million shares. And again, Stifel has put a $12 price target on them. Just phase one. That's all it is. Phase one. This is what I'm talking about regarding Stifel. You don't see this, but I saw it this morning. $12 price target. There we are. So you don't think there we are, $12 from 2 by Stifel. And that's just a rehash. So this was the news yesterday, okay, the phase one trial. So that news the headline that I just popped up. Yeah, that's from today. That is today's, but it's just a rehash of yesterday. So it's just phase one. So this just opened. Okay, so this was again, a high flyer. The last few days went from 2 to 4. Now there are shorts available for me on this one, but am I going to want to do it now? Of course not. But 207,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Well, there's the 200-day moving average also. Maybe that holds it. 225 is the 200-day moving average. Maybe that holds it. Looking to see if they've done a financing or something, but I don't see any news. Of course, I don't think there was any news yesterday either. So QSG is an earnings play, but it's still barely positive, up 8 cents, but it is an earnings play and it's starting to sink. This is well, not starting to, it's been basically selling off since the market opened. Because I'm just going to sit back and wait for 2 and see what happens. Not too interested in trading anything now. Done pretty well today for the on the C4. Took a loss on the Pfizer, tried to short that early. Did okay on the PLAB and did nicely on the C4. So, William, what's on your agenda today in terms of keeping the room open? Okay, so William will keep the main room open until about 4:05. Adobe releases probably around 5 after 4, so that's when he'll keep the room open until I guess Adobe's earnings has been released. And so I usually take off around 3 o'clock. Okay, but the room will be open for another hour. You can talk amongst yourselves. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute just for a minute here. I just want to, there's a bunch of emails and stuff happening within Slack, our Slack, the company Slack. I just want to catch up to see what's happening, if anything. Okay, again, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. Jeez. Oh, man. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, the gentleman that asked about, I think stocks between the 10 and the 50 SMA and a few other things. I think you were helped. I don't know if you're still in the room. I think I saw a response. Hopefully those 2 scans that Andy gave you, I think one was Dawn of the Dead. Hopefully they meet your criteria. Well, guys, good time to ask questions. I mean, it's really gonna be pretty quiet until 2 o'clock. I'll put the SPY 1-minute chart up. We'll see some fun. We see some big green candles, red candles, etc. Usually takes about 5 minutes before we see the final direction. And then we get to do it all over again at 2:30 when he has a presser and we'll see the fireworks again. So if you have any questions, good time to ask right now. And I don't think we're going to get any more new ones. Usually get probably if I did a history, my guess is that not too many after about 10:30 in this scan. The Wonder Combo. Hmm, that was you, Frank. Okay, I see at 10:56 Eastern time. So I asked you to submit that to our support, and I think Andy answered you. So I don't know, Frank, if you're still in the room. Okay, so there's the last alert and the Momo scan, 121. So we're at 138 right now and 127 here. So again, not a lot of action right now for me. Okay, guys. Well, listen, not much happening. Not for me anyway. I'm just looking. I keep looking, trying to see if there's anything that might be even setting up. Like I'm looking at the P Lab and seeing if it's maybe setting up for either a drop. Come on, 15. There we go. Maybe a drop here. Maybe, underneath 24.78. Maybe that'll get it moving down. An alert. This one is the LFMD. Nice all day short, really. Didn't do it, but there it is. 766, 722 now. And really pretty gentle. There were no giant green candles to whip you out of your position. I thought I was being kidding. I was going to call this liquor, but it's wineries. Okay, LQR. Oh, okay, LQR. So this is crawling back. I don't really remember this. Must have done a bunch of reverse splits or something, because I don't really think this was a stock up at $400. So it must have done a bunch of reverse splits. Now let's see on the daily chart. Span this just a little bit. I mean, the next high, we're at 187 is right there. 186, 194, what 247. So I don't know. It's got some room, I suppose, between here and 247. Hmm. What is in the new update? Are you talking about the latest version of Trade Ideas, Finley? It's usually, I mean, I don't know, but it's usually detailed underneath. Is that what you're talking about? I'm always on a development version, several versions in advance of you guys, so I never know what you guys are what version you guys have access to. There is the quadruple C guys, C4. So are you talking about a new trade ideas update? Because normally it should say something in the if that's what you're talking about. See, this is, I guess, well, I guess if you, I can give you this page. I mean, this is what it's telling me, the new features. Okay, that's what it's telling me. Changes in 5.6.7 since 5.6.68. So if you click on that link, this link I'm just going to put in there, you'll be brought to that page and just scroll down and you'll see, new features. Okay. I don't think there's anything earth shattering. And Pepe just chimed in and said no major changes. Yep, new high of the day without me. Quadruple C. Hey guys, 14 minutes until the minutes, and then we'll hang around for about 5 minutes with a SPY chart to see the fun, and then we wait till 2:30. Well, what I do see, it seems that, let's take a look at the news here. It seems like we're not getting all the foreign. Yeah, it looks like we're back to normal now. If you were looking at news before, saw a lot of foreign stuff, French, Spanish, different languages in here, along with English. So that looks like it's back to normal. Just clicking on a few. I don't know if it's 100%, but I'm just clicking on a few of them. Yeah, don't see in anything other than English. Now, listen, if somebody clicks on an alert and they say, "Yeah, but what about this one?" and it's got something foreign, what it said was it should reduce almost. So please don't do that just to find one that is another language. So, Finley, are you talking about when I look left? Because I'm only looking left on a daily or a weekly chart, which doesn't have the pre-market data. I mean, no, I think to answer your question, I don't count the pre-market high that it has to take out because it could be on such little volume, it could be just a spike. So when I'm looking left, I'm always, first of all, when you look left on a daily or a monthly or a weekly chart, pre-market pre-market highs or pre-market action is not there at all. Highs and lows. Okay. Does that answer your question? Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at look at STTK as that's probably a good example because it had a big spike in the pre-market all the way up here. Okay. Now that high right there, though, is not that high up here. That's that opening 15-minute candle high. So yeah, it might look like that is actually the pre-market spike, but it is not. So I guess the bottom line, no, I don't, for instance, if I wanted to take this, if I was looking for, taking it, I would take this probably at 5:45. I wouldn't be worrying about this up at 7:31, having to take that out also intraday. Okay, guys. Well, I'll get I'm a little premature. I'll wait another 5 minutes. I'll get the SPY 1 minute chart up. So have it locked and loaded for 2 o'clock. And one thing, I mean, stocks like this, the CCCC, not affected. Rumble, let's take a look at Rumble. Not really much to see. All right. Well, last time I looked, this was just trying to touch two. So LQR have no float. Just give me a moment. Sometimes it just doesn't show up. I have to click on it again. Wow, look at this one. Just wow. Okay, this one move here, guys. LQR is starting to move. Low float, 3 million in the float. I mentioned this one just a little while ago, and this is really starting to move. LQR. LQR announces a new marketing campaign for Soda Jerk. Soda Jerk's ready to drink. No, I see. Little nostalgia with root beer and orange cream flavors. Okay. So they look like they're branching out then. I mean, this looks like they're just involved in alcoholic beverages, but this looks like now they're branching out into, oh, I see. They're partnering with Soda Jerk. Okay. Well, there you go. But look at 4C. C4, 4C, quadruple C, C to the fourth. Ugh, I'm looking at my last sell of it. You guys are, I think you played a bounce on Riley, didn't you, Williams? And now it's making a new low. Boy, I wish I had some shorts for tomorrow, maybe for this one, because it's only on phase one data. Now, Stifle sticking their nose into it and putting a $12 price target, but quad C, C quad, C to the fourth, C cube plus one. How funny is that? I didn't even know they were called C4 Therapeutics. I didn't even know what the name of the company was. I keep looking to see if this becomes available to short and interact with brokers, that people are maybe covering some positions, but I don't even know if this was ever available. I mean, they can go try to find, but I'm talking about like readily available, like right now. Fee rate is only 8%, so but they'd have to go and find them. And boy, we've got the tail of two stocks here, guys. Look at Riley just crashing here, and CCCC moving higher and higher. Side by side action right here. It's hilarious. They're interchanging. Every time Riley makes a new low, it'll appear up here. Every time CCCC makes a new high, it'll appear up here. All right, guys, lest I forget, I will get my SPY chart up. And make it a 1 minute. And make sure I don't have the linking on. So in about a minute and 10 seconds, the minutes will be released and you're going to see some wild action on the SPY. And remember, the first move is not usually, well, it's not you got to wait usually about 5 minutes before you get the actual move, the direction, I should say. And we do this for entertainment purposes, okay? I mean, it's just sort of fun to watch. But if you're in anything like, Facebook or Meta or some of these stocks that really follow the market, I probably wouldn't be because you don't know what's going to happen. Wow. Well, what did I say? I think eight something was the next high looking left on the monthly for C4. All right, guys, we have 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. And here we go. Whoa, see now, lest you think again that this is it. It's just hilarious to see these 1 minute candles. You might think, green, green, but you know what? In a heartbeat, this could turn red. Okay. So we had a giant, giant green candle, first one. Denver, you did not really think they were going to have a rate hike. You did not really think that. So we read all this, yeah, maintain the target range, five and a quarter, five and a half, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can read all that. But no, maybe, you know what? Maybe this is going to be the move, the first move. Look at that giant candle here. This is actually a little bit unusual, guys. Seriously, a little bit unusual. We've seen this many times where you see a giant green candle, then a giant red candle moving, then you see another green candle. I mean, it could still happen, but this is a little bit unusual. But remember, 2:30, we do this again. Look, look at this. Look at this 15-minute SPY candle. Meanwhile, okay, guys, what are we now? Almost 4 minutes in. I usually have this up and running for about 5 minutes, but I don't think there's any reason. Okay, so there's the ABM. Do I want to take this late? This is moving with the SPY. There's no question in my mind because it was just sleeping. You know, this was an early one from that option scanner or from the can I call it the Wonder scanner? The Wonder combo. I keep saying that people, and if you ask me what I mean, this is the one. So that happened at 10:16. Didn't really do much though, other than drop a bit. I don't doubt it, William. When he talks at 2:30, depends exactly what he says, and of course, reading his tone and all that. But right now, I haven't seen a SPY candle like this. I mean, it still has almost 10 minutes to close, so a lot can happen in 10 minutes. Even X. Oh man, look at my ABM. I mean, when I say my ABM, I'm not in it. So even these two, okay, late, but there's X, 38, 38.47. And interesting, there was nothing, yeah, there was nothing to short in this particular one. And the reason being, the only one that made a 10-day daily breakdown earlier was PFE, Pfizer, and the relative volume is only 6, and it has to be at least 8 in here. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right on the STTK pop. I'm surprised. You know, it's almost like following the market a little bit, and this, you know, these really is trading on its own. 51 million shares, 36 in the float, 1,000% of normal. I'm sorry, that's wrong. 2,100. This. Excuse me. This is a this is a ratio, not the percent. So this is literally trading. You know, well, 2,100 times normal. I'm surprised it hasn't done better. I mean, it's up 106%. I get it, but I'm surprised that it didn't kind of a little more action during the day. Look at this spy candle. So that's the main thing, Max. So signaling three rate cuts next year. I mean, that's the main thing. And if he comes out and says that again, where are you guys getting all your? I can't believe there are no shorts available for this one at Interactive Brokers, and you guys are all saying you got millions of shorts. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's timing, of course. You know, the hardest thing to do, guys, is trying to pick a top, trying to pick a bottom. So I don't often do that. Looks so easy in retrospect. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Putting myself on mute. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, again, the haven't seen action like this. I'm not sure ever. Seriously, I don't think I've seen action like this for ever on an FOMC day. Usually you get some chop, and then yeah, then you could see ultimately a candle like this, but usually you get some chop on the 1 minute, 2 minute, up and down, as opposed to just straight up. And there we go. I mean, that closed. I mean, right at the very high. And we get to do it all over again in about 15 minutes, okay? When the presser starts. Look at this one, guys. Don't know this one at all. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Virco Manufacturing, VIRC, all-time high. I don't recall ever seeing this one, VIRC, but all-time high. Not very much volume, 183,000. That is 4.7 times normal, so this does not trade very much. Look at that C4, guys, still super strong. Had a little bit of a dip, but it is another green candle forming. Yeah, Riley is attempting a comeback here. Big area would be for it to try to get maybe into this 1824 mark. That's the high of the that 15-minute candle, the 145. Opera here. Opera, the browser, OPRA. Remember these days, guys, this was an all-time high up here. I remember trying to trade this one. It was very choppy intraday. Not that long ago. This is in July. All-time high. And then I didn't even know this company was still around. And then somebody is going to say, I still use Opera as my browser. Oh, here we go. Okay. 1650 price target put on it by Goldman Sachs. GS. So Goldman Sachs is putting a 1650 price target on OPRA. Did not see this when I was looking at my upgrades and downgrades this morning. Did not see it. And that was this morning. It really has a VPN built in. Really interesting. I used to use Opera a long, long time ago. It's not the fact that it's a straight, but I mean the 1 minute candle just straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up, and then a follow through. Well, we'll see if yeah, Mr. Powell throws cold water on all this at in about 9 minutes from now. Well, just while while we're waiting on this, so pardon my ignorance on this VPN. So would that mean okay, it's only using the browser. So when NordVPN and all these other companies sell you a VPN service, does that mean you wouldn't have to buy that, or is it just for the browser? If that makes sense, just the browser. That's what I thought. It would be too easy if it was for everything. Okay, thanks. Okay, guys, we've got about a little over about 5.5 minutes until the next round of potentially interesting action on the SPY. See, the only reason, well, I know there are lots of reasons to use a VPN, but for me personally, living in Canada, fully prepared to pay for a service that I cannot get in Canada, but they won't sell it to me because I'm in Canada. No, I can subscribe to a VPN. Yes, I can, but I just haven't done it. But that would be the only reason I would do it, other than the privacy, I guess. I mean, that's keeping things secure. I mean, that's the real reason, isn't it? But the the hidden reason is, yeah, getting services from other countries that you cannot have act. I'm prepared to pay for it. I don't mean the VPN, but for the service. It's just a combination. It's just a combination of these two scans. So PJ, I guess you haven't heard my explanation. So this is the 10-day daily breakout and down, right? And this is never mind this down here. This is the don't repeat version of the abnormal option activity. If I scroll down a bit, there's probably a few more. So these are all the stocks that showed up here, and these are the ones that showed up here. So what I was noticing, I don't know how long ago now, month ago, month and a half ago, was if a stock showed up here and here, it was really worth watching. But that meant you had to kind of, do a check. Okay, I see X here. Is it over here? Sees four? Is it here? Is it also over here? So what Pepe did was he just took the two scans and kind of merged them. And so without having to guess whether or not stocks are similar in these two scans, they are right here. Okay. It's just a time, it's basically a time saver, but a very nice time saver. All right, guys, we're getting close again. So I'll put my spy chart up one more time. This is going to be an amazing looking 1 minute. Now at 2:30, this is not gonna it's not gonna happen immediately. It's not like the release of something. It's a presser, of course. He'll talk a bit, and then he'll get questions directed to him. Yeah. So for instance, you're seeing cat. Oh, I see Kava is up here, and it's not in this scan though, because the relative volume is only 5.63. It has to be 8. Okay, so that's why it's not showing up in the breakout scan as an example. All right, guys. Okay, here we go. So he's going to start speaking. soon, I guess. Look at this, guys. Look at quadruple C, C4, another new high. Briefly. Okay, stop talking, Mr. Powell. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm not hearing him talk. I'm just looking at the SPY candle. I'm just going red a little bit. So I'm telling him to stop talking. But he's on somewhere. I know somebody's probably got a link to wherever he's talking, CNBC or Bloomberg. Yeah, PJ Bloomberg. Okay, keep talking. Keep talking. All right, guys. Now he talks, and then of course he fields questions. So I don't know if he's finished talking yet, but then he'll start fielding some questions. Still talking. Thank you. Well, I mean, still looking good. Boom. There we go. Well, guys, I think we've got direction again. Unless some guy asks him a question and he just, but he's probably covered virtually everything. Mhm. I don't even think I've ever, I know I haven't. I've never heard him talk. Don't even know what he looks like. Okay, guys, I think I can, I'll keep an eye on the 15-minute here, but looks like a mob boss. Well, it could be. Speaking of mob bosses, I know you must have watched the Green Bay, New York Giant game, PJ, and the guy's father and the I don't know who the guy was beside him with the hat, at a central casting for The Sopranos. Not a bad thing, not a bad thing, but Consuelo. Haven't seen you post anything before. Spy Dollars, yeah, no kidding. Oh, no kidding. I was, super happy for him, super happy. Talk about a that's a movie right there. A Netflix, little tearjerker of the month movie. Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's 2:37. I'm certainly not doing anything anymore in terms of tradings, but if you have any questions, ask away. I'll be taking off probably right around 3 o'clock. If there are any questions past three, I'll certainly stay. William will keep the main room open until 4:05, he says, waiting for Adobe to release. Let's take a look at Adobe, ADBO, in advance of their earnings release after hours. Well, there's Adobe moving with the market. So ahead of, look at this. I mean, ahead of its earnings today, it was really dropping. Still down. I mean, it's only down $5, but 0.79%. But it is moving with the market here. Well, congrats for those of you who have access to C4 shorts, because that is finally taken, and that's got nothing to do with the market, and all to do with the fact that it should never been up there in the first place. How does Jamie's stock do? ZNTL. Oh, wow. So if you heard me talking about this one, this Jamie, our Jamie, PI Jamie, he told me, oh, I don't know, maybe right around here to keep an eye on this one. And the only reason I really didn't pay that much attention to it is that the volume was hardly anything and the relative volume was about zero point 0.6. And then, Jamie was in our YouTube room and it was just hanging around this 14 level. And look what it's done now. I can't honestly say it's been moving. I mean, you could say it's moving with the market, but I mean, it's a little pharma. I mean, usually these things don't care that much about what the market's doing, but maybe in this case, everything is going to kind of look like this. But the main reason for looking at it, of course, is that looking left, 1828 is the next high looking left. So, Jamie, if you're still listening to me, congratulations, because I think you had some of this. Okay, I can honestly say this is the first time that I can remember. I know I'm repeating myself. I cannot remember a move like this on both the FOMC, the minutes, and then the presser. Not straight up like this, without any sort of even a modest gyration, even on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, these are the 4 charts. These are all trade ideas charts, Garland. Yeah, there's the SPY 15 minute that doesn't change because I've got it unsymbol linked, and then these are, yeah, 15 daily and weekly. These are all trade ideas. I put a price alert on the SPY. I think around 480. I think that's where its all-time high is. Got to get to a monthly chart for that. There it is. Yeah, 481 right here. So March of 2022 was the all-time high in the SPY. And for everybody who thought this is it for the market, and even here, this is it for the market. A lot of people expect. I mean, listen, it could crash, but people have been saying that for seemingly years. Ooh, let's see. I'm glad you're saying that. I converted some. Let me just see what's happening here. Canadian to US dollar. It's about the same. I converted some US dollars to Canadian yesterday. Hard to take your eyes off this SPY chart. I mean, this is just an amazing move. Question in our YouTube room: do I trade much forex? Never. Just stocks. Just stocks for me. No forex, no futures. Just stocks. We don't scan for anything else other than stocks. But that would not preclude me from trading other things, of course, if I wanted to. But no, I don't trade forex. I don't trade futures. Just stocks. Question from our YouTube room. What will be wild is if this. No, I don't think it can happen. If this green bar is bigger than that one. Whereas calm really didn't do anything. Yeah, the volume, yeah, I mean, the volume candles or bars, as I call them, they're huge too. Typical, on the FOMC day for that one to be like this, but boy, oh boy, this has been a no sell-off whatsoever. Okay, guys, before I take off, one last look at my homepage and what you can find, including the scans, or should I say the scan? I'm really not paying attention to too much else. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. Here's a promo code you can use to take out a subscription right now. Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. Okay. If you do want to take out an annual, I can get you a 25%. You just have to let me know. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Either come into the room, use my code. This will really help to keep this room free. We want to keep this room free, and that's how we do it. Okay. Company has to know that people are, we usually obviously we use the room for marketing. So company wants to know that it's working. So the way they know it's working, if you use my code, they can see it. Okay. Uh, do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, free series of videos that you can take a look at. Stock of the day video that I do every day. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Wonder how it's doing. Was it that was Carvana, right? Was it Carvana or Palantir? I can't remember anymore. I think it was Carvana. Yeah, it was Carvana. So actually, I guess in theory it is working. I don't know. Think I don't think it hit that 10 SMA on the daily chart and closed underneath it. So in theory, this is working. Helped immensely, of course, by what the market's doing. So I'm glad for Steve. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow, and he's the one who originates them. So the education section is here, and again, here are my scans. So I'll go over them a little bit, but this is the one that I'm paying certainly 100% attention to all day long. Abnormal option activity plus 10-day daily breakout combo. Okay, or as I'm going to call it, the wonder combo. Now, and I was sort of jokingly saying, there's almost no point in my doing any pre-market work, but okay, I'm going to do pre-market work. This is what I'm going to use. The pre-market actives up and down. And the reason I say that is that these have no bearing on what happened in the pre-market, really. I mean, sure, for C4 was it? We saw that in the pre-market. We saw that in the pre-market, but I didn't trade them in the pre-market. I could just wait for this to happen once the market opens. So I didn't have to know that they were going crazy in the pre-market. But I've got my habit, of course, is that, I'll always do it, assuming I still get up early enough. Remember, I'm on the West Coast, so I have to get up a lot earlier than you guys on the East Coast. Anyway, pre-market acts is up and down. That'll show me the stocks, the gappers in the pre-market, either up or down. There's the Halts resumes over here. Momentum scan is here. This is the abnormal option activity right there. And then this is the one. And I would really, really suggest you take a look at it. But remember, it's an idea. Everything is an idea. So it doesn't mean that when you get an alert, wow, look at that. Again, helped completely by the market. I get it. But look at the ABM. I considered I considered going into it, but I did not. But there was the alert, 5107. And there's no question, without this market help, this would not be doing this. Would not be doing this. It was just sort of meandering around. So any questions before I take off? This is one that I think I shorted a couple of days ago, XPOF. Yeah. So, I mean, it is. So Pepe, if you're still around, you notice this one just showed up on the 5-day breakout, SKE. So what I've got going here, I've got some variations of it, okay? Variations. This you don't have to do the same thing, but just to let you know, and you can easily construct them yourselves. So this is the call it the main one, okay? And this is with the relative volume of 8 here. This one is the relative volume of 6. So you can see there's one extra one here, calm. Calm is not here. And then this one, this is based on a 10-day daily break. This one is a relative volume of 6 and a 5-day break instead of a 10-day break. And everything is virtually the same except for this one on the way down, and then we just had this one SKE. Just testing to see, is there something a little more optimum that is not going to overwhelm us with alerts? But I'm happy enough just to have the original. Oh boy, look at that ABM. Oh, okay. Now JK, I don't know if he's still or J, not JK, but JM, I believe. I think he's got one with relative volume set to 3. I don't know if he's still in the room. Yeah, I mean, this is perfect. I mean, when I created those scans a long time ago, I mean, the only reason I picked 8 here is that I did not want to have a lot of alerts. And so it was that simple. I did not want to get a lot of alerts in these two scans. And it's because the relative volume is 8. There are other filters in here, but the relative volume is 8 usually prevents very many stocks from showing up. But in the combo, I mean, I think a manageable number would maybe be no more than 10. No more than 10. Because the whole idea, and you don't want them all coming at you at once. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're doing that, Nib, because and everybody should. Like, listen, if you guys have this scan, experiment with it. Okay, experiment. There's one thing which I haven't even looked at. Maybe this is not important. For instance, one of the filters I've got here is has to be up at least 40 cents from the open. Maybe that's not important. I don't know. Maybe 20 cents, maybe nothing. Maybe it doesn't have to be. I don't know. But this is great. I mean, is this kind of called crowdsourcing? The more people that take the scan and experiment with it, and then if you're kind enough to say, "Hey, this was really working well with these set of filters," and obviously posting the link in. Lulu won't stop. No kidding, it won't stop. Now, man, had earnings on the 7th. Great reaction. Look at that big reaction to earnings. I think that probably was an all-time high here. Of course, we're all-time highs now. Lululemon, my goodness. There's a store in Vancouver, and Lululemon started as a little, you wouldn't believe, a little hole in the wall store when I first moved to Vancouver, and it was just down the street from me. And nobody understood, well, why are you calling yourself Lululemon Athletica? But anyway, and I'm talking about a little hole in the wall store. And of course, the rest is history. And there's a store in Vancouver, kind of like Canada Goose. I think what it's doing is it is taking over from Canada Goose as being the cool jackets called Acturix. And it would not surprise me if these guys at some point go public. Exactly, Pepe. Yeah, we can't curve fit too much. Though, of course, curve fitting would prevent scans I mean, I thought the whole idea of curve fitting though was to increase filters, so you're only getting a few. This would be sort of reverse curve fitting, no? But I agree with you. I think the original I have a feeling that the 6 is not a big deal, you know? Like, if they maybe got another couple maybe a day, but and it's not the worst thing maybe to look at them, but yeah, the original one seems to be a good performer. Whew, what a day. Okay, guys. Again, I can't wait for tomorrow. I just absolutely cannot wait for tomorrow. Now I wish the markets were open Saturday and Sunday so I could, at the beginning of the day, just try these. Okay, guys, are there any last minute questions? I mean, I don't have to go, but if there are no more questions, I will. It's not me. I was that somebody hacked into my voice. That was not me. No, William, if he had been drinking a Coke or something, it would have been all over his desk. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I'll wrap up my 6 hours, and William will keep the room open. Before I go, I'll put the YouTube link in. Sorry, the main trading room link in our YouTube room. So if you guys do want to head over and still talk stocks for another hour, you can do so. Okay, as always, thanks for all the help all day long. I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and I'll stop my screen sharing now. And now I'll put myself on mute in the main room. And now YouTubers, I'll give you a chance to, if you do want to head over, there is the trading room link. If you do want to head over. And I'll shut you guys down too.